I agree.
That's a long time.
I agree.
So that's where the challenge is for.
I agree. But GM has been contested before. Have you forgotten?
He has been, yeah.
Yes, it's been. It's not as if
he's always
not been.
He's always had an absolute.
But that's why I've been telling you that we will know how to do it. It's friendly fire. So we know how to manage our internal elections so that when we are done, the reconciliation is less difficult. But I have never seen that with the MPP. The last one, Alan today is not with the MPP because of internal election matters. So he left. So, anyway.
Well, that's Roxing Nelson Dafiamekwa, and I need to repeat this. It says this bill,
consider it passed.
the legal education bill, consider it passed as soon as next week. Definitely before the president delivers it to the nation address. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My pleasure.
My name is Eric Wedi Sampon, head teacher and an educator at Atanata DABC School, called Eastern Ghana. Since 2013, I have dedicated myself to transforming education in a community once marked by conflict, resource scarcity, and teacher shortage. Despite low electricity, poor healthcare access, and shared resources with cattle, my perseverance has turned challenges into opportunities. I've built 3 classroom block and a 14-bedroom teacher's apartment and a mechanized borehole for clean water for the community. I've been able to provide any uniforms, sanitary pads, bicycles, and occasional feeding program for my students and my staff. I have facilitated the registration and renewal of National Health Insurance Scheme for the community members and my students, farm inputs, and I've also established the first junior high school in this community. I believe every child deserves quality education, no matter how remote their community is. During this Impact Makers Award, this award recognizes grassroots efforts that often go unnoticed. They validate the work of educators and community leaders driving change in underserved communities, inspiring others to take action. This award would help us scale the school feeding program to daily meal instead of the occasional feeding. Create an avenue for more NGOs to come to our aid, that is in terms of teaching learning materials. Extend boreholes to other neighboring villages. Create teacher incentive fund to attract more educators into underserved communities like this. Launch a 50+ bicycle campaign to reduce students' dropout rate from distant villages.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are strong, are tough.
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile we put Ghana first. And this morning I engage my guest on the Kodoka International Airport name change controversy. What's in a name and at what cost? We will find out, because there is a deluge of debates with people who are against changing the name. We'll get to understand why people are against changing the name when the idea is not to celebrate Coupists. Dr. Bawumia wins the NPP flag bearership again, resoundingly. Now his job is to fix the friction, reconcile the party with the hope of winning elections in 2028. How is that going to pan out? Is there an agenda in this reconciliation to topple the minority leader, Afenyo-Markin, remove him from his position? Inflation drops to 3.8%. Does it affect your pocket? Should it? So what? But is it the case that these figures have been cooked? We'll be right back.
Enemu wasesa mabrabo. Eni kana phone na so abrabo.
Misaka pensions karo.
Misaka order sika. Misaka insurance no.
Misaka loan no.
Momo fogu suri ye ejumaden di aboye nyina ye sika ho ban se MTN ana momo jumaye ni be frewa or the 0244 300,000 ene be frew na numpo orimbitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma wani na ho na wonsa enka omumu.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. And this for kids. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. Our EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility in Ghana.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as you know, we put Ghana first. And this year, today, is the first day I begin Samson Steak. And thank you all for continuing to call on me and asking whether I have stopped Samson Steak. I definitely have not stopped Samson Steak. I just took a little break, and now I'm kicking off. On my first take, I say Agrada, Attorney General, overturned the wrong use of the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer representing the court with the awesome powers of the state. The court, according to the Constitution, is administering justice on behalf of the people of Ghana. How many times must the victims of spiritual fraud in this country watch as their quest for justice is vaporized by judicial mercy? Mercy that borders on the inexplicable on Thursday, the Amasaman High Court didn't just reduce a sentence, it dismantled the deterrence that the sentence was supposed to serve. Patricia Esiedua, aka Nana Agrada, was handed a 15-year sentence by the circuit court. This was not the circuit court doing something and handing a sentence because they felt like it, but as the law commanded it to do. Of course, within a range. She wasn't convicted for a simple misunderstanding. She was convicted under Section 1311 of the Criminal Offences Act, 1960, Act 29, for defrauding by false pretenses. That is a second-degree felony. That law that stipulates sentences is what I'm holding in my hand here. It says that if you commit an offense that borders on first degree, you could get a sentence of life imprisonment or less. If you commit an offense which is a felony, a second degree felony, you could get up to 10 years, but this has been enhanced to 25 years. Now, there are also the lesser offenses called misdemeanors, for which you may go to jail for not more than 3 years. These thresholds that have been set are supposed to be a guide, and for a good reason. She was also convicted under Section 137 for charlatanic advertisements. Look, it's not a joke that the charlatans we have around who are invoking God's name in vain, some are engaging in political campaign in the name of prophecies, and we know they are liars. Because when they said God says this, and the Bible says God does not lie, and it doesn't come to pass, they told a lie in the name of God. Under our laws, a second degree felony, as I have said, is no mosquito bite. It carries a potential penalty of up to 25 years. Yet Justice Solomon Oponchumesi saw fit to slash 15 years down to a mere 12 months, which 12 months means that she should be out of jail in the next 2 or 3 months. His reasoning: an analogy from former President Akufo, not law, about not, quote, killing a mosquito with a sledgehammer, end quote. This is a travesty of the sledgehammer. But here is my take. Agrada is no mosquito. As Professor Akufo-Addo rightly pointed out, organized faith-based fraud that targets the desperate is a predatory shark, not a flying insect. To suggest that 15 years for a serial premeditated felony is excessive because only 4,000 Ghana cedis was involved in this specific charge is to ignore the social harm. When a judge reduces a felony sentence to what is essentially a time-served slap on the wrist, the law ceases to be a shield and becomes a suggestion. We saw this with Bishop Obinim. Bishop Obinim is walking free. He famously stepped on the stomach of a pregnant woman on national television. The nation was incensed. But what happened? He walked. That is the face of impunity. Elsewhere, he will not be walking free and continuing what he does. Encouraging impunity by reducing this sentence to 1 year, the court has sent a dangerous message to every money-doubling charlatan in Ghana. Those in the church who are selling canes, who are selling cocoa, who are selling, what's the name again? Drinks. They are now being told to go ahead, defraud the vulnerable, and at worst, they will spend a few months in a cell and pay 200 penalty units, 2,400 cedis. A pittance compared to the millions they rake in. This judgment is substantively unreasonable. An appellate court's job is to check for legal errors, not to substitute the law with personal metaphors about mosquitoes and sledges. Dear Attorney General's Department, you work for the state, and we are looking for a state that has a moral conscience, a conscience that deprecates the conduct of people like Agrada, the conduct of people who look at our mothers, vulnerable ones, who are pregnant, and step on the pregnancy many times with all the force they can muster and still walk out of a court. The conduct of people invoking God, doing political campaigns and apologizing for it, and we think everything is fine. And they are getting defended by people you would think have a scruple of morals, including journalists. What is wrong with you? Dear Attorney General, this is not where you sit back and say, oh, I did my case, got here 15 years, and a court has reduced it to 1 year, so my job is done. No. We, the state, who have hired you to work, require you to take this case up to the Court of Appeal and get this sentence reversed. The judge, in any case, said that the conviction was correct, that the circuit court judge did no wrong. Why were the thresholds set for first-degree felony, second-degree felony, and, misdemeanor? Why was the threshold set for misdemeanor for somebody to be put into jail not more than 3 years? Misdemeanor. And the person was charged and convicted on 1 misdemeanor and 1 second-degree felony. If you are going by what the old provision is, they should not go to jail for more than 10 years. The threshold is not for nothing. If the state does not appeal this reduction, it signals an abdication of its duty to protect the public from such spiritual predators. We cannot build a society where the high profile and the repentant get a pass. I mean the repentant, unquote, get a pass, while the poor rot in jail for stealing a goat. AG, it is time to act. Overturn this sledgehammer ruling and restore the teeth to our criminal justice system. And that will be my take.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut.
Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians. Whether you are at home or abroad, located in the Tranke Hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
At Anointed Executive Apartments today.
You're welcome back. Thank you very much. And already getting some responses to my take that I have shared with you just a while ago. I'll invite you to go and also read a take by Professor Akufo-Addo on this matter, because this is a travesty. And then you could also read Kwabena Bracco Powers. Kwabena Bracco Powers is a lawyer, and he has also just made a write-up about the travesty that this decision is. So just look, if you Google Amasaman High Court's shocking Agrada sentence reduction makes a mockery of Ghana's criminal justice system, it will take you to Bracco Powers' article. Professor Akufo-Addo's article is on his Facebook page. let's all ensure that we keep a country that is keeping the moral conscience. Now, I'll introduce my guest to you, but take a look at this.
That all these years, we've had this Kotoka, General Kotoka's name on the airport, and suddenly it is being changed. What is it? After it's Kotoka International Airport, Accra. So Accra is still there. So if you come to Accra, or even in the country, how many prominent Voltarians have their names on national assets or national monuments? This is the only thing the people of Volta region can also at least see as something that recognizes heroism from the Volta region. And that one too, they are being denied.
This is one of the issues the Ministry of Transport, and for that matter government, presented to Parliament, our activities for this period of the recall. Parliament will be expected to pass a lot of bills, and as government agenda, we have a lot of bills from the Ministry of Transport, and one of them is the renaming of the Kotoka International Airport to its original name. We will remember that in the period of the Second World War, around 1946, the British Royal Air Force used that place as an Air Force base to carry people to war and other activities. After that period, somewhere in 56, that facility was handed over to the civilian rule. That was the time Sergeant Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was at the helm of affairs. He retooled, he revamped, and redeveloped the Air Force base into a civilian passenger airport. And as at that time, the name was Accra International Airport. And that name is of significance to us. We all here have accepted that Accra is our capital city, marketed, rich culture, and also locational identity that everybody in this world, especially in the West Africa sub-region, knows that where this struggle for independence had a lot to do from Accra. And so renaming the airport to Accra International Airport is of significant importance to the Ghanaian people, and for that matter, the African personality. Now, the situation is such that we are not doing this with any political thinking. We are doing this to come from a very neutral point of view that Accra is our capital city. It is not anybody's name. If we want to name other monuments or any other national facilities to people, this is the time that we are looking at restructuring them. For the fact that we had a name and it was changed to honor somebody in his role in the 1966 coup, we feel that that history is not what the Ghanaian will want to hear. The fact that it had an original name, and that name was when the first president gave that name to the airport, we should do that, and Kwame Nkrumah himself in his grave will remember, even if the spirit is anywhere and it is coming home, it will get to his original Accra International Airport, no any other name.
I mean, conservatively, we are looking about compared to other airports that have done some rebranding, we're looking at between $2 to $5 million to be able to effectively do this. But we also have to bear in mind that it might not be a full-scale rebranding, but a name change. And therefore, we can do it in phases and then ensure that at least the cost is manageable. Because the whole quantum of rebranding goes further than just a name change. So we should look at that. And before you do any rebranding, you should have done some level of research processes to ensure that why do we want to rebrand. But here is the case that I think that is a political decision that is being made, and I'm sure a lot of stakeholder engagement have not even been done. And so looking at the issues coming up, it means that whilst Parliament passing the bill is the beginning, but there are other stages that has to go on. And it could take place between 6 to 1 year or even before the whole process is done.
Yes, I mean, it's a critical issue to look at. First of all, we need to view this from the angle of history. I think within this space, we should not continue celebrating coup d'etat in Ghana, so that immediately you see the name Kotoka International Airport. We are embracing yesterday in its form that reflects the coup d'etat in 1966 that toppled Ghana's first republic. General Kotoka was a fine soldier, but that act he contributed to in itself was, for me, an act that served as a detriment to Ghana's democratic culture and also its democratic path.
All right. So that's Professor Samuel Edujemfi on the renaming of the Kotoka International Airport. He says we shouldn't celebrate coups or coupists. Questioning, some are asking, including Dr. Kennedy, is how far back are we going if we want to do this? How far back are we going with this renaming thing? So in 1967, he was killed in the abortive coup. And here we are. We want to remove his name from our gateway. My guests in the studio have differing opinions, and we'll begin with Paul Adumochiri, who is host of Good Evening Ghana. He's a news reporter, of course. Regardless of all the problems that we have with him, one thing that we cannot have a problem with him is his sense of history, especially political history. Also here in the studio before Paul Adumochiri, but after Paul Adumochiri, is Kwadwo Poku, Executive Director, Institute for Energy Policy and Research, and member, MPP Communications Team. Then you have Ataisa, who's MP, Sanerigo, and member, Ghana Airport Company Limited Board. He's on the Finance and Trade Committees of Parliament as well. And then you have Senyo Husi, who is convener, One Ghana Movement, and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. So, straight away, let me begin with Paul Adumochiri. You have been very straightforward that this is a wrong move, regardless of even not factoring in the cost that it will incur in doing so. What's your argument? That we should celebrate a coupist?
Thank you very much, Samson, and good morning to your viewers. And thank you very much, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I like the way you said, despite of all the problems, I would like to know what some of those problems are. Oh, but yeah, fair enough.
Many of us have our problems.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
But the thing is that you are upfront with what you do. That yes, I belong to this political leaning. I don't shy away from it, and so on and so forth. So why not?
Okay. What this does is that, first of all, I like to put on record that when we followed the campaign of the NDC, this was never mentioned in the campaign. So this has not been a matter that they thought about during the campaign that they will do for Ghanaians, or they will use it to reset the Ghanaian agenda. They didn't talk about it. If you look at it critically, it's becoming very obvious that what all this is about settling political scores. It has nothing to do with renaming an airport.
Really?
It has everything to do with settling a major political part of our history, which is the sanctity and the 100% goodness of our first president and the illustrious Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The point of the history is that since Nkrumah died, he has become much bigger than when he was alive. In the year 2000, the British Broadcasting Corporation, which did the survey, and in that survey, many of us as university students voted for Kwame Nkrumah because he was competing with Nelson Mandela, and Nelson Mandela was South African. And we didn't understand how the African story of the century can be told without the emasculation of colonialism and imperialism. And you can't attribute that to Mandela. the removal of colonialism, imperialism, and the fight against neocolonialism is certainly Nkrumah's fight. So we felt that it is actually unfair to compare Nelson Mandela to Kwame Nkrumah. We even thought that John Mensah Saba had done more than Nelson Mandela for Africa, but that's beside the point. So Nkrumah then ends up by the year 2001, 2002 as this ultimate political hero who has no blemish. Now, since 2017, at the outset of Akufo-Addo's government, he began to demonstrate a certain penchant for the history of Ghana. In his maiden independence speech, and this was the first time it happened on Independence Day, he almost gave a history lecture to the audience at the Independence Square, to the point where it was becoming very long. There has been some concerns then at that time about that, and I got personally involved because I attended a forum at the Socialist Forum to discuss these things on the celebration of 24th February, which is always the big day. 24th February is the day Nkrumah was overthrown. So this year, the overthrow of Nkrumah is going to be 60 years long. And it had always been planned by some of these actors that on the 60th anniversary of Nkrumah, let us restore Nkrumah's image 100% over Ghana. This Kotoka's name on an important edifice like the airport is the remaining last leg of the nemesis of Nkrumah that must be taken away, because they have been able to establish Nkrumah as the hero and the 100% hero since the BBC issue. Now, what we have been pointing out is that they started by arguing that Kotoka is a coup maker. Okay. And then that argument appears to be shifting. If you listen to Ambassador Kwesi Pratt, he was concerned that Mahama Ayariga is turning this whole thing into a tribal matter. That what is Zakra and what is all that? It's not about a tribal matter. It is about removing the image of some coup maker, as they say. Okay, you just talked about Arthur Kennedy, who then mentioned the coup maker thing relating to Rawlings. And then we also know about Franklin Kujo, who put up how Nkrumah's regime was murderous. We cannot ignore history. We have to make obeisance to history. The history is that from 1960 up to the time Nkrumah was overthrown in 1966, he was a despot. He was not good for Ghana. He was terrible for Ghana. The 1960 constitution, which Nkrumah put together, which I have in front of me, has Nkrumah's name buried in the Constitution, Article 10.
Correct.
Where it is talking about Kwame Nkrumah as president of Ghana. So it's talking about Kwame Nkrumah as president of Ghana in that Article 10. There is also a bit more. It is in this same 1960 Constitution that Nkrumah decided that there was an amendment to the 1960 Constitution in 1964. And if you look at the amendment, it will interest you to know that the amendments that was provided in the 1964 amendment included the fact that Kwame Nkrumah was now able to dismiss judges. Yes. And also, yes, he was able to dismiss judges, and also the national flag of Ghana was changed. He also banned all political parties in 1964, and people were imprisoned. Preventive Detention Act was created in 1958. You might not think of it as a bad law. It is only the usage that you can criticize. Because what happened is that Nkrumah had been attacked by a bomb. And it was becoming very scary between Nkrumah and the opposition. The violence was growing on the part of the opposition, I must say. And Nkrumah needed something that will allow the intelligence agencies to work. So that's why PDA was set up. So in fact, if you look at the usage of PDA, between 1958, when it was set up, and about 1961, it was minimal. But from 1961 to 1964, the PDA was railroading everywhere and every home was afraid. This was the state of affairs in Ghana. Now, because we are not accustomed to our history that much, and all of us, many of us talking today, were not born in that time, we all don't know that, and we are railroaded into Nkrumah as something.
That's a situation where you could be arrested and put in custody without the intervention of a court.
Not just without the intervention of the courts, but on the basis that the Minister for Interior is thinking in his mind that you are preparing to do something wrong. This is a fundamental departure from the processes of the jurisprudence of the criminal court. It's just a fundamental and a wicked departure from it, that somebody can think in his head that he suspects that you are doing something wrong, and then you are picked up and arrested. This was the state of affairs in Ghana at the time. Now, there was nowhere else to go, because if you look at the amendment of the Constitution, Nkrumah had made himself a life president.
Correct.
And he had also made CPP the only legitimate party. Now, this is the situation that led many African countries to civil wars in the 80s. Because these leaders in the 60s, a lot of these Nkrumah students who had won independence for their various countries through Nkrumah's efforts, had also become despots and were thinking like that. So Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia and all of those people, they were there till the 80s. Houphouët Boigny, they were there. And part of the reason why Ghana did not experience those civil wars in the late 80s and the 90s was Kotoka. That Kotoka came in and said, no, we can't do this. The only reasonable way to do was to remove him. How do we test Kotoka's fidelity to the nation and he and his friends? So they decided to do a coup. They took Nkrumah out and they began to rearrange Ghana on the path of another constitutional democracy. And they left office and they left in the hands of the constitutionally elected group of people. I must say that being an apostle of the right-wing philosophy, one thing I've always worried, even as a student, is that why did they ban CPP from the 69 election? I thought that was blatantly wrong. And that is what led to the division in our country that we are still suffering. Buzia and his people should really have allowed Nkrumah to run the election. If Nkrumah had come and he had lost the election, Buzia had won. Nkrumah would have been minority leader in parliament in 68, 70, 71. And I guess the coup may not have come. Nkrumah may have won elections again in 74. And Nkrumah, if he left as he left and still was part of politics, would now have realized the kinds of things he was doing and why the coup itself was necessary. I'm sure that if you take Nkrumah's brain at 1954, he will support the coup. If in 1954 Nkrumah will support the 1966 coup. Oliver Vomaho, when Akufo-Addo was president, thought that the soldiers should overthrow him because the government was very bad. If Oliver Vomaho had lived in Nkrumah's time, I'm sure he would have been a suicide bomber because it was much worse. Now, this is the state of affairs, and Kotoka was the rescuer. So we grow up later on and see coups, and we say he's also another coup maker. No, but he was a rescuer. The South Africa airport is named after Oliver Reginald Tambo.
That's right.
He was a terrorist on the list of everyone in the world, UN and everybody. But
well, even Mandela was on terrorist
the airport
list.
was named after him. So what we are saying is that let's put the history in proper perspective. If after we all have acquainted ourselves with this history and then understood why Kotoka may be considered a hero, for which reason the airport will be named after him, not just a coup, but the kind of circumstance that occurred, then if after all that, the people still want to name...
So that from your point of view, Kotoka will be a liberator. That for a period, for almost 10 years, nobody could breathe in this country. There was nothing like freedom of expression, freedom of association, because Nkrumah had become a terrible despot. Correct?
That's the point. Not just that. The 1960 Constitution, and in Ghana we have had 60 Constitution, we had 69, we had 79. I dare say that the 69 Constitution will work today. If you look at the provisions of it, it will work today. 79 will work today. They should tell us whether 1960 Constitution will work today. A constitution that says that the president can sack judges. A constitution that makes no provision for a presidential election. Zero provision for it. The election of the president occurs when the president resigns, when the president is not there. There's nothing like on this date we are going to have an election.
And he's actually named in the constitution.
Yeah. Now see what happened. Nkrumah was popular. Yes, he was. In 1951, he won the election. 54, he won the election. 56, he won the election. You cannot win 3 successive elections in those days if you are not popular. But here's the charge. In 1960, Nkrumah knew that if he ran an election on universal adult suffrage, he might not win. So he decided to obscure the election and call it a plebiscite and do something funny. Fair enough. Ghanaians were waiting that, okay, another 4 years, because we are now turned into a constitutional regime. So every 4 years, we must have election. Another 4 years will come, we'll have election. 64, everyone was waiting for the election. What happened? The proper coup d'etat. Nkrumah overthrew the constitution as a president with the parliament. They said that we will not have any election anymore. CPP is the only party. All other political parties are banned. A president whose finance minister can run away from parliament. A president who sits in a parliament that 1/3 have run away. A parliament that was elected in 1956 and no election of the parliament until 1966 when the coup came. 10 years of MPs in the house, no election. This is the state of affairs in Ghana. And these our friends, Kwesi Pratt and Co, would like us to say that this is okay. We shouldn't say anything about it. How should we not talk about it? When we say, bring up the history, let's discuss, then Nkrumah say, no, don't talk about it. No, don't talk about it. Why should we not talk about this? Now, this is what has helped Ghana. This is why Ghana is different from other countries. Kotoka is the reason. Kotoka, Afrifa, Ankara. They are the reason why Ghana is different from other countries. That's why we didn't have a despotic leader who had been in power 20 years, 10 years, 25, 30, 45. When Ghanaian young people hear that, they wonder, what is that? Somebody has been in power 45 years. Museveni, Uganda. Hey, no Ghanaian young person can relate to that. They can't relate to that because of Kotoka. If If it's not for Kotoka, Nkrumah would have been president till we finished school.
But when Jerry took over, he almost did 20 years.
But that is why there was such excessive pressure on Jerry. If you read the 1988 report of compulsorily go and democratize, that's why there was such much pressure on him. And that's why Jerry succumbed to that pressure, because he was scared of the Nkrumah situation. So much as he was strong, he was being told that, Charlie, don't become an Nkrumah, the coup will come. So let's go and democratize. You are popular, you can win the election. And that's what happened. All of this.
So you insist that Kotoka deserves recognition by leaving his name on our gateway, our airwaves gateway. Couldn't he be compensated by some other means, as is being thought of?
I'm coming to that. I'm not the president and I'm not the government. The government will always have to decide who goes where. But in making that decision, they have to carry us along. And carry us along convincingly. Akufo-Addo could not carry us along to name the University of Ghana after J.B. Dankwa. He dropped it because he wanted it. And he made arguments for it. And if you look at how University of Ghana was settled, perhaps you can find something in for J.B. Dankwa and Reverend Baita and others. Akufo-Addo thought that, look, let's name and the Ghanaian public resisted it. And he said, no, you haven't convinced us enough and taken us along to say that we should name a university after Dr. Dankwa. So the government must take us along. In doing so, they will have to open up this history and tell us why, in spite of this history, they think that Kotoka's name should be removed.
What do you say about the contradiction that Nkrumah, the African of the millennium, Nkrumah that is celebrated across the world, and you're in the media, you understand what brand means. So this is our biggest brand. Then people get into this country and it is Kotoka. And when they have to ask about Kotoka, they are told that he's the one who caused the downfall of our biggest brand. That's a controversy. That's a contradiction that we need to remove.
I have to make a confession here on this, because when I was on the board of the Ghana Airport Company, it occurred to us, we thought about it. So we said, okay, when you arrive at any airport in the world, the branding you are talking about is so important. So Nkrumah is great, but because of all of these things, why don't we then call the airport Kofi Annan? UN, he had just passed, UN Secretary General. Right. Apart from Ghanaian president and the heroics of Nkrumah, no Ghanaian has risen to that international level to be UN Secretary General. Ambassador Annan is the first.
True.
So we thought so. We went to Akufo-Addo with it, and he was concerned that, look, you have to build an airport. You haven't finished building Kumasi Airport. When are you finishing? You haven't finished. That time Sunyani Airport was not operational. You haven't finished Sunyani Airport. You haven't done Tamale Airport. You want to go and change name of Accra Airport for what? And we'll all be amused and we laughed about it. So yes, this branding thing has occurred to me. If you talk about branding, Kotoka is not the brand, for sure. If you talk about branding, you can use Ambassador Kofi Annan. Today, people are talking about it being Accra Airport, and then people go further to say that, okay, the land is for Labadi people. So let us name it after a Labadi somebody. One of the most prominent Labadi people that we've had in this country is the Speaker Peter Ajete of Parliament. He's MPP. Is an NDC government going to name the airport after
I think the discussion has been about a Ga chief.
Well, and that's Ga. But the Labadi people are going to rise up with a new conversation.
I beg, here. We are not rising up. We want
to Labadi.
Labadi people are not fighting the.
All right, so now
that's my turn.
It's okay, Paul. Hold on. Yeah, let's move on to say.
Are you sure I'm done?
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Just
okay,
hold on.
Let me say that the 1960 Constitution, which Nkrumah wrote, is not applicable in the world anywhere today.
Correct.
That must tell us a lot.
Except in a dictatorship.
Except in a horrendous dictatorship.
But, Paul, once again, let's think back to the Asian tigers, Asian countries. Let's talk about Singapore to start with. We love them, don't we?
Yes.
How did their system emerge as what it is now, becoming a reference point the world over?
There's one reason why Lee Kuan Yew emerged. He submitted himself to elections whenever it was ready, and he won them all. And he didn't do sham elections like plebiscite, vote in Accra today, vote in Kumasi tomorrow. He didn't do that. He didn't cancel the... Nkrumah should have fought the 1960 elections, win. Fight 1964 and win. And let's see. He was sure that he would lose. He didn't want that on his record, that Nkrumah has once lost an election, because he was going to lose. And that's why in fighting his defeat, he did all of these things. And it was he and his people who actually staged the coup. Their finance minister, Bedema, if he's alive today, will agree with this point.
Hear from, Issa, because it's important to get people to understand what the intention of the government really is. Why this should be a preoccupation in the first place. So, beyond being an MP and in the ruling government, you are also, on the board of the Ghana, Airport Company Limited, like Paul used to be. What's all this about? This will not put food on our table. So what is it?
All right. So good morning to everyone here and to our viewers. Thanks for the opportunity. This is actually my first time here. But let me first of all start with the government position.
And thanks to all of you who are in nice blouses.
Yes.
I love Kofi's blouse.
Yeah.
It's colorful.
No. You have
it's colorful.
You don't worry.
Yeah.
Please.
You should guys.
You are Zambian or something like that.
I saw Felix Kwachi Ofosu put on Facebook that the biggest takeaway from President Mohammed's visit to the Zambia is the fugu.
Yes.
So that ignoramus should be celebrated then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in every hero, there's something wrong.
All right. So first of all, the justification has to do. I support fully that it's long overdue, and I think all those against it since the conversation started are not really against that, but the reasoning behind the change is what people are not comfortable with. That's what so far I've observed. All these talks that Paul has done has not really questioned the need to have a name change, but he is suggesting further information that the government need to provide. Now, we are trying to do a historical identity and correcting of the records. First of all, every project, infrastructure, or a monument, when it is constructed, it has its own purpose, objectives, and name. There was no airport by the time Nkrumah became Prime Minister of this republic. What we have could not even be called an airstrip. It was a military base. Somebody thought there was a need for the country to have an international airport that will liberate us from mental slavery at the time. He thought of opening borders among African countries to increase trade and liberalize our economies. That was the reason why we established the international airport there. At the time of initiating that project, even at the commissioning, the project came with its name. So we are just trying to do the historical identity in this matter, that the time that the project was constructed, it came with a name. The person who built it hasn't used or didn't use his name to name after the project, but he looked at identifying the local roots of the Ghanaian economy at that time, which was Accra.
So why has Nkrumah become a consideration for the renaming rather than Accra International Airport?
No, it is the Accra International Airport that is we currently have, even at the board level. There is nothing like Nkrumah International Airport. That has not come up.
You have heard some of your MPs suggest that
that is a suggestion.
Thinking about some Ghana chiefs and other things.
Fortunately, you said that I'm a member of the board.
That's right.
That is what the discussion is about now. We haven't personalized the infrastructure because you give opportunity for future governments to come and meddle with this type of conversation we are having right now. So the historical identity and correcting the records in this matter is that the time that the airport was constructed, it was named Accra International Airport and it must stand. Now, you don't profit from overthrowing the same president who established that airport. I always believe that we must align all our national monuments with democratic values. Today, I'm hearing people defend coup d'etats. In fact, we tolerated President Akufo-Addo over the last 8 years because of our belief in democratic values. So if whatever, look, and Samson, every coup d'etat that has happened in any part of the world has justifications. Every coup. You are giving reasons why Nkrumah was overthrown, but I'm telling you that similar reasons were given why the 1969 coup, 72 coup happened. Many other reasons was given to why 1979 coup happened and 1981. And same happens everywhere in the world. Nobody has ever taken up arms against a constitutionally elected government without giving us these reasons. Oppression, silencing the media, limiting the avenues for constitutional change and democratic processes. That has always been the standard reasons. It is not peculiar to Nkrumah. So I am saying that what Kotoka did cannot be a substitution for legitimizing coup d'etat and saying that we should isolate his own and treat him like a liberator or a freedom fighter and question all other coups that has happened in any part of this country or any part of the world. Now, look, 1960 Constitution, every constitution, you are lawyers, is evolving. No constitution, any part of this world has remained same since 1960. That is why it always gives room for constitutional amendments. So if 1960 Constitution cannot be used today, every constitution is time-bound. Because emerging issues come that at the time of drafting the Constitution, you might not have contemplated the existence of such issues.
There are constitutions that have survived 200 plus years.
And always getting amendments.
With very little or no amendments, except judicial lawmaking amendments.
Which is part of the amendment process. So I'm saying that constitutions are living documents. So you don't base your argument because the 1960 Constitution in your mind was utterly bad, and because of that Nkrumah was a despot. That was the circumstance. You need to always no two scenarios are the same. You need to always analyze everything based on the times and circumstances.
But Paul is talking about facts. What's the problem with the facts?
No, I'm saying that he talked about the Prevention Detection Act.
Correct.
That was in direct response to the several attempts that was made on the life of the president.
No, I talked about the 1960 Constitution.
Please, I've just said that every constitution is a living document and it is always evolving. No constitution is static. But my point is that whatever policy or law that Nkrumah brought, you must not isolate it by just talking about the law itself. You look at the circumstance. Have we ever heard anywhere a president shot several times? Bomb explosions. Where have you ever seen that? You created a very hostile environment for the president. So, for me, I think that yes, he is a human. We must not also try to paint him like an angel.
Dictators always face assassination attempts.
So
when that is the only way to remove them.
So I'm saying that coup here or coup anywhere always have justifiable reasons. And Samson, what Kotoka did opened the gateway for many other coups in Africa. So don't analyze it in the context of only Ghana. He became the champion of promoting other coups in other parts of the world. And look, immediately they did the coup. There was a counter coup in 1967 by Arthur Yeboah. He fell in battle at the airport. That was the reason why he was named. The airport was named after him. Does it mean that every Casa jet in Ghana now should be named after the aggressive heroes? Because they died through a helicopter. Does it mean that if he had died in the sea, we would have named the Labadi Sea after Kotoka? What type of logic is that? So the reason why they named the airport after him was wrong in the first place. Because he deserved no such recognition by mere fact that you had fallen in battle. Naming spree. In fact, the MPP should be the last political party to be talking about this thing. You came to Tamale, despite knowing the rich culture and history of our traditional area. In fact, the only chief that unites the Moli Dagombes is Nagbewa. When you brought this issue of renaming chiefs at the airport, first of all, we were against it ab initio that we are now a cosmopolitan region. And to that end, no particular tribe is superior. Name it after the Tamale International Airport. They said no. And they went to select a partisan person, known partisan person called Yakubu Tale, a sub-chief of the Yana.
That's wrong.
An existing yard is sitting down and you give an airport name to accept him because he was a foundational member of your party. Yet, he sat in the board that approved this name. Yakubu Tale. Then, a university that Dombo contributed nothing was named. Oh, the airport has been reversed to Tamale International Airport. That was the intent. SK Dombo. What was his contribution to UDS? CK Tedem. Opoko Ampoma at UPSA. They rename all these airports. Now, people are talking about cost. Can you quantify how much this renaming cost the country? But nobody talked about cost at that time. With several renaming that happened under President Akufo-Addo.
So part of the reset,
yes,
is an agenda to rename or restore names. So Tamale was turned to Yakubu Tale.
Yes.
You have restored it to Tamale.
Tamale was proposed. It was named. It
was on it. It was on the airport.
And if you were landing in Tamale, they would say, welcome to the Yakubu Tale International Airport.
That's right. It was not just proposed.
But the point of order.
It was there. It was in effect. So you have changed that. Hold on. You have changed that back to Tamale.
To Tamale.
And so Accra is only part of that project.
That project.
Okay.
And look, it will interest you to know. When we went to Kumasi, Kumasi was renamed Prempeh International Airport.
Prempeh the second. The first.
Prempeh the first. Sorry. Good. This was agreed with the traditional leaders. So that showed the identity of the Ashanti Kingdom. So that's what I'm saying, that when you are doing such things, you must always engage stakeholders.
Which traditional leader in Ashanti will disagree?
So if they had come to Yana and we said we want Bewa, everybody would have fallen in line. But you want to give it to a Tolong chief, a former chief.
No, but the division there is not the same as the manner in which, Asante has coordinated control over the Ashanti region.
Yes.
But there's a regional traditional council that should be able to sit and discuss it.
So my point is that Prempeh is not rejected by this government because we see it to be an organic.
You won't dare.
No. Can I make a point of order on the cost? He says
you won't dare attempt to reject Prempeh if you were not interested.
I'm saying that
because you won't dare touch Sikeja. That's the point. No. You see, we see in this country, people see how the political leaders treat chiefs.
Yes. That's true. They are afraid.
And the selective nature of treating the chiefs.
Yes.
There are ethnic, groups that are not happy about it.
Yes.
But because of the numbers in votes and things, you the politicians can't do otherwise. That's what you do.
That's not even part of the consideration. In fact, we don't place one region above the other. In the second place, was a consensus agreement between
if Otunfo Osei says, this is the name I want, you guys can't do foco about it.
And I'm saying that it is not even part of the conversation.
But that's what I'm telling you. Don't say there was consensus.
To it. Don't
say there was consensus.
Don't attribute meanings to it. Then I hear this regional and tribal bigotry analysis in this matter, saying that an Everman, the only Everman whose name is been given to a national monument, then the voters vote for the NDC. Such conversation should be treated with the contempt it deserves. We must not trivialize this type of conversation to regional bigotries and tribal bigotries. The fact of the matter is that the reasoning given by this government to restore it to the day that the project was commissioned, it came with a name.
Yeah. So people, there are people who align with the soundness of that kind of argument. But again, at what cost?
Yes. So I've said something about the cost.
All over the world, you are going to have to change this.
Yes.
At what cost?
Yes.
Paul, I'm coming back to you.
So first of all, we need to ask ourselves this question. I've already given you numerous other renamings that happened in the past. It came with cost. Electoral Commission, even with a logo, it came with cost. The country was able to find money to deal with those issues. This is something that the airport company and the government of Ghana can accommodate for the sanctity of our collective unity. In fact, there's nothing more expensive than having any day somebody comes to Ghana, it reminds us of our dark days in the 1960s. A quick search on Kotoka.
What's wrong with reminding us about our liberator to a certain extent?
I disagree.
Regardless of all the good, that we can associate with
I disagree that he's a liberator. He opened the door for impunity in Africa. He opened the door for many other coup d'etats to happen in Africa. He retarded our development.
So your wish is that Nkrumah would have remained such a dictator for life?
No. Look, we may have had excesses in those regimes. I believe that whatever worst form of dictatorship that you have, there are always avenues to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, let me conclude with it. Let me conclude with it. I'm saying that whatever reasoning that we give for the coup d'etat, Ankara Afrifa Kotoka did nothing for Ghana, I dare say. Oh. In 3 years, what exactly can you remember them for? Apart from what he just said, that
thank you. Hold on.
Africa.
Thank you. Hold on. So I'm coming to you, but just a quick point of order from him.
On the board, and we approved these.
Tanle, Yakubu Tanle, and the rest of them.
When the airport was built, that was the first thing we did. So it's not we're not changing any name. So that was the original cost. So the Tamale Airport was being constructed. They finished constructing it, and the decision was taken that name it this way. So we branded it. We didn't change something that had been done and go and remove something and pay more.
No.
It wasn't like that.
Was it being refurbished or constructed?
Oh, it was a new.
It's a terminal. It's not an airport you build. No. It's not the airport you build.
It was actually John Mahama.
I'm coming. So when you build a terminal, it is not the same thing as building an airport.
Yes.
But they built an airport. John Mahama started it, they finished it.
They built a terminal. There was already an existing airport.
The airport existed.
It was which was called Tamale International Airport.
It was an Air Force base.
Yes. No, it was an
airport base.
It was an airport. It was an airport. Tamale International Airport.
So what's an airport?
What John Mahama did?
The man was on the board.
I'm also on the board.
He was there at the time.
Build an international airport.
Yes.
Can you call Tamale Airport before then an international airport?
Yes. Yes. 2016. Let me tell you.
Go and look at John Mahama's sessional address.
Can you let me provide this information for you? Let me provide this information for you.
Airport?
Let me provide this information.
Kumasi was also being internationalized. That's why the terminal was built. So it's now an international airport.
No. It is not a terminal.
There's an airport in Takoradi today. It's not an international airport.
But it's an airport.
It's an
airport.
For the purpose of education. For the purpose of education.
But it's an airport in Wa.
Yes.
For the purpose of education.
So they have an ID.
It is not a terminal that defines the status of an airport. It's a runway. I'm saying that in 2016, we airlift people directly from Tamale to Jeddah. Because at that time, it was already classified as Tamale International Airport. It's not the terminal.
But when you wanted to take full credit, for the work you were doing there, when you wanted to take full credit for the work you were doing there, you said you were building an international airport. And so when they came in and they continue with that story, now because it doesn't favor you, you are changing the story. That's the point.
I'm saying that there was already called Tamale International Airport.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now let's go to Senor.
So John Mahama did not build an airport.
You see the point?
Yes. You see the point?
So you see the point? Exactly the point.
Tamale Airport has the longest runway in Ghana. Tamale has the longest runway.
So that's the point.
On record.
The second address in Parliament.
Okay.
So John Mahama
Gentlemen, it's Senor stand. Gentlemen,
the sessional address of John Mahama.
Thank you, Senor stand. Thank you, Senor stand. Paul Lisa and Kojo, thank you guys. I'll take a break. I'll be right back. We are taking a break. We'll be right back.
At Drive EVGH, we keep one goal in front of us: make electric mobility truly work for Ghana. Our lineup is built with intention. We offer electric vehicles that perform, endure, and fit real lifestyles. Whether it is a compact city EV, a practical everyday model, or a premium electric SUV with power and comfort, our range gives drivers clear options without the confusion. Every vehicle is thoroughly inspected and prepared to deliver value from day one. Our EV Service Center supports all electric vehicle brands with diagnostics, battery care, and general servicing. It is expert support designed to keep every driver moving. With XCharge EV, our expanding charging network at key locations across the country, making every journey predictable and reassuring. Drive EVGH, the standard for electric mobility in Ghana.
Dear Gold Board Jewelry customers and value supporters, on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Gold Board Jewelry Limited, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. It is because of you that we continue to stand strong and grow. As we enter this beautiful month of love in February, we're excited to reciprocate your loyalty by offering amazing discounts across our entire range of products. We want to celebrate you and give you the perfect opportunity to celebrate your loved ones. Visit any of our showrooms at your convenience, choose any item, including our popular gold tablets, and enjoy this special discount. Yes, the offer applies to everything in our collection. Once again, thank you for your continued trust and support. Together, we are building something truly special for Mother Ghana and the African continent, transforming our precious gold into world-class jewelry that proudly showcases Ghanaian craftsmanship and heritage. We look forward to serving you even better.
Discover Willow Lane in Sako.
Get ready for Ghana's biggest marketplace conversation. The Thrive 2030 project proudly presents the National Market Actors Forum, happening from 24th to 26th March 2026 at the Modern City Hotel, Tamale. We are inviting expressions of interest from actors in crop and plant-based value chains, tree crops and non-timber forest products, livestock and animal-based value chains, processing and agro-industrial value chains, handicraft and creative industries. Call 0547 918 817, 0243 507 669 or 0241 178 948. Join us at the Markets Actors Forum, where partnerships build prosperity. Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And Kojo Yansing is watching and says, men do not wear blouses. Well, you know, there's a lot of ignorance on social media, and sometimes the things that trend the most, a lot of ignorance in there. That's why some of us, we don't waste time on some of the things that happen on social media. Right. So, as you can see, according to a certain guy in Kenya, all of us, we are wearing blouses. Except all right. So if you are just joining us, this show began at 8 a.m. And if you missed it, Samson Steak began the show. And I've seen all your comments that are coming in on Samson Steak. So always make sure to join us at 8 a.m. This year, we have extended the time to give our guests sufficient time to make their comments as well, because you have complained about it over time that the guests don't seem to exhaust their comments, and they sometimes don't even have opportunity of rebuttals, and that's why we have given an extra hour, beginning with Samson Steak. Thank you. So always go back at 8 a.m. and not at 9. Nana Ekuamwa Boateng Ablekuma Central says that it appears this government doesn't really know why Ghanaians voted for them. Renaming schools, now airports. Tomorrow, you will wake up, they have renamed Ghana. Is this the pressing issue that is affecting ordinary citizens? What of the Galamsey fight? Is our water bodies cleaning up? Yeah, we understand something is happening, but of course, we must follow to ensure that the water bodies are truly cleaning up. Siba Al-Hassan in Pong says, what kind of political dishonest and gymnastics is that Paul is doing? Which part of what he's doing? He's against changing of the name in one breath. And in another breath, because it's NDC, we should open the discussion for Ghanaians to be part of the narrative. Really? Okay. And my guys, they have comported themselves now. So those of you who were complaining, Richard Asante Eboa says, please kindly get your team to stop the unnecessary interjection. It is destroying the fluidity of the program. Dr. Richard Yeboah Asante. Of course, we had Dr. Atta Kennedy expressing a similar concern. We had this lady Tish also expressing the same concern that please tell your panelists they are not parliamentarians in parliament, so they should speak in turns for us to listen. Okay, and Jifa also says Paul is being rowdy. All right, a bit of it is okay. So, Seyo, do you get the purpose of the restoration, so to speak, of the name?
I think first, let's contextualize.
You're also a marketer, so you know what brands do.
I do appreciate the need for us to brand appropriately and ideally. It helps promote the country. Tourism has become a critical feature. Airports are a gateway to a country. So it's a very important conversation. But what this unveils is the weakness of our history. And over time, we've not really invested right in making sure our history is properly told. Politics has overwhelmed common sense, and our politicians cannot even agree where the sun rises and where it sets.
Thank you.
I know, and it's sad. I don't think my children today understand.
Please, they always agree on their car loans.
But that was Russia. I don't think my children today understand Ghana's history. I think they even study a bit more of European history and American history than they even do for Ghana's history. I'm just being reminded by some of my senior brothers here about some of the failings of our coup d'etat practices, especially under Rawlings, and how it influenced our study of history. There's a need for us to relook it. We had a chance to relook it and also saw the previous government trying to tweak it just to favor them. Please, history is a reflection and a recall and a proper capturing of our truths. Let's not run away from it and want to just cue it for one party or that. We need to understand our past to shape how we move going to the future. Paul is absolutely right. Nkrumah is a hero. There's no two ways about that. But heroes fail, heroes fall. Heroes sometimes walk to zero by virtue of their inability to manage their heroism at a certain point in time. There's a reason why the British appreciated Churchill for the leadership he showed during the Second World War. But they don't vote him back to be the one to rebuild the country. He was a hero. Did that make him a villain? No. Nkrumah, at some point, let's be honest about it, he missed his plot. We may find justification for it, but the summary of it is that he missed his plot. Lee Kuan Yew, you mentioned, was here. He really lamented Ghana. He saw the prospects of Ghana, and he saw wasted opportunity. Let's be honest about it. Go and read First World to Third World of Lee Kuan Yew, his first book. You know, these are facts. He worked with Kroboduse and he saw corruption. He saw institutional failure. And he actually feared for the stability of the country's democracy. After visiting Ghana in January, in less than a month or just about a month, Nkrumah was overthrown. If Lee Kuan Yew could come from wherever it was and saw our failings, for a country that was hoping to take inspiration from Ghana and Nigeria at the time, there was honestly a problem. Nobody sitting on this panel, including His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will sign up to the 1960 Constitution. Nobody. Nobody in Ghana today. You just must be a lunatic to sign up to that particular Constitution today. So let's contextualize everything. It's not to say Nkrumah has been all bad. He missed his plot at some point, but he brought us and led us into where we are today. And again, he's not the only guy who did that. There are people who contributed. Adete Sowa, Corporal Tipo. These are people who triggered the 1948 riots, all right, that actually led to where we are today. Everybody has contributed, and we must recognize that. What General Ankara and Kotoka did, I don't agree that they were villains. No. Considering the state of our country at that time, the state of the trajectory of our politics, it's not reflective of the dynamism, the plurality of our culture, where everybody in a multi-tribal, multicultural environment should also find its place and space. Nkrumah closed that door for whatever reasons. Again, it's not to say Nkrumah was that bad, but he missed his plot. Those guys came in to help reset as well. They came in, but they also didn't reset appropriately. Because like Paul rightly said, we shouldn't have excluded Nkrumah. We should have corrected the problems in our constitution. We should have corrected the problems with the governors to enforce and ensure the plurality that reflects us as a people. We did that, but suppressed Nkrumah. We corrected one wrong by also doing a bit more wrong. But the democracy we have and the lessons we have built all the way today is a combination of every lessons at every point in time. So Kotoka was not a villain. He helped reset and help restore democracy, because democracy was truly lost. Nobody could debate these things unnecessarily. Again, saying that democracy was lost doesn't mean that Nkrumah ceases to be the great man of our time. No. He's a human being. He missed his plot. So we should settle that matter. Should we rename our airport? Kotoka's presence there was a reminder for all of us, those who understood history, about the need for us to actually continue to defend our democracy. unfortunate as people may see it, it's not just a coupist thing. Today, do you know that under our current constitution, if anybody overthrows our government, we are actually mandated by our constitution to counter-coup it. Even if they restore democracy in their own form, we must restore the 1992 constitution, not any other constitution that comes after it, unless we agree collectively to change that constitution. So everybody who goes as a coupist in that new constitution, which is backed by a coup, is actually not breaching the 1992 constitution. We are restoring the democracy we fundamentally signed off on. We can agree to move on. I have a problem with the names, though. There must be harmony and policy clarity in what is making us name airports. We have 3 major airports now.
He's on the board. He says it is Accra and no other name. So if you have heard any other NDC MPs or government people suggest that they are looking for other alternatives, he says don't take any of their word.
I mean, they are making the call, but I'm saying that there must be a method to this conclusion. What is informing it? And we must have consistency. We are multicultural, we are multi-tribal. We are not a homogeneous people. We must respect and realize that. The son of a Ghan woman, a very proud Ghan woman, the son of an Ewe man, a proud Ewe man, and I'm proud of my identity. And I don't feel like I want to feel subordinated by virtue of my tribal heritage. No, and I take pride in it. I learned in Kumasi, and I take pride in the fact that I see Prempeh the First there, and I see it because it will be able to teach my children about the history of our people. It will be able to tell tourists about the history of the culture they are flying into. So there's value in that. What is the policy governing the naming of our airports? We have a policy governing the naming of our FPSOs. We do it after ex-presidents.
Dr. Kennedy is making a proposal that we should have a legislation that guides how we name anything in this country.
I don't
National
agree,
monuments.
but
Because the absence of it is part of this chaos.
You know something, Samson. You see how big our constitution is. It's like we have to legislate everything, including common sense. And governance reason. We shouldn't do that. We should be a people with honor, with a proper value system. We honestly sit back and we can largely tell what right is and what wrong is. There are a few gray areas, but we want to legislate everything because every day we are trying to take advantage of something.
Because we are quote unquote bad people.
No,
otherwise, there's no written constitution in Britain.
Look at this conversation we are having. Why do we need that?
Because
to have a policy around how you are naming your airports. To be clear.
No.
If it should be clear, if you want to propose something, you engage. Why shouldn't we have a conversation around the table? They went to the...
Since we can't do the commonsensical things collectively, we legislate it.
And you see, I don't think that's the optimal way to build a society. But if that becomes the only alternative to ensure reasonability and sustainability, so be it. But we can't continue to build a society that way. Our society would fail. We must be a society with a framework of values that should guide what we do. That's why when we sit here, we cannot even agree where the sun rises and say because we are NDC MPP. Then I realize that we are stupid people. But we are not stupid people. That's why we should be able to find common sense, find reasonability, find consensus in trying to develop our country. Ghana is one. Whether it's NDC or MPP, if MPP were in government today, do you want to be a hungry man? Do you want your children to suffer? Nobody wants that. We want Ghana to progress. So we should be able to find consensus over things of...
So, Senor, where are you?
Look.
Where are you? Should there be a renaming?
Agree. I think it's okay to want to rename for those branding purposes. Kotoka served the purpose. There's a reason why nobody moved it. Think about it. How many governments have we had across the divide? Yet still nobody has touched that name because it represented something. If that what it represents can still be honored in a different way, and it's not that progressive for our time today.
So we put the number on the screen for you to see.
For 57, nobody's touched it.
57 good years.
But everybody discussed it.
Everybody discussed it, but they come to a conclusion, don't touch it. You understand? There's a reason. Because it was a name of value. It represented and was even reminding the military people why they should even be there. It's okay. You want to change it today, that's fine. It should fit within a broad policy framework. Are we honoring the culture of the locations that we find these Is it something that will now say, look, the Ghana people have been so considerate to us as a people. Okay. They've given us their land as our capital. We overwhelm Ghanaians even on their own.
Yeah, the Ghana people, we have taken everything away from them.
We've taken everything. If we want to honor
people
them,
don't understand the land dispute in the Ghana state, it is because we have taken everything away from them. We have taken
everything from my people. They are my people. We have taken everything. And look, they are one of the most considerate people in this country. They've given Ghana almost everything they have. If you want to honor them, you see, we are doing this by honoring the culture where an airport is situated. For that reason, Prempeh should sit in Kumasi. Go and sit down with the Northern Regional, Traditional Council. It's also quite diverse. Let them have their consensus. If their consensus is that we are so dispersed, we rather agree that we want to just keep Tamale, so be it. If it is the Ghana people, let them also have that consensus. Give them that value. So there is a method to the action. What I see is no method to any action. All right? And I think that we are bastardizing the history in that process. And Paul, thank you so much for educating a lot more people here.
Thank you.
Let's not just throw Kotoka under the bus when we don't understand Kotoka.
All right.
He's been of value, and so has Nkrumah too.
All right. A couple of messages before Kofi and Kojo come in. Mark in the US says that Kotoka International Airport was named in 1969 to honor Lieutenant General Emmanuel Kwesi Kotoka, a key leader of the February 24, 1966 coup that overthrew Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. Yes, we've gone through the history. He was killed at the airport during a failed coup, counter coup in 1967, and the renaming served to commemorate his role as a liberator by the National Liberation Council government, where his statue stood at the airport before it was taken down during the airport renovation years ago was a spot that he was shot and killed during the failed counter coup by Atta and Yeboah in 1967. Thank you. All right, thank you for that as well. That ping pong says, what is this obsession with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah? Yes, he's a huge figure in Ghanaian history, but I think we need to move on. It's like we're stuck in the past. Fosu says, Paul Adomotri is smartly intelligent. His submissions on Kotoka's contribution to Ghana's peace is apt. However, it reveals a concern. Our history lessons education system must be intentional. We must endeavor to give us our real history as they happened. The young magician says Paul Adomotri is good at telling the history and aligning very well to make a justification. Naja Mensah says Paul Adomotri is doing the Lord's work on Newsfile. Proper history recitation about General Kotoka and Kwame Nkrumah. Thank you for those. And of course, when Issa mentioned what the contribution of Opoku Amponsa was about the renaming of the UPSA Alumni Association says Opoku Amponsa bought the land on which UPSA is on. And it is not exactly accurate that Kotoka set the pace for coups in Africa. The first coup in independent post-colonial Africa occurred in Togo in 1963, resulting in the death of President Sylvanus Olympio by soldiers led by Nyasingbe Eyadema. The Nigerian coup of 1966 occurred in January, a month before Kotoka's coup of February 24 the same year. Thank you very much for our very distinguished viewers, people who matter, who watch this show, and making sure that we get things correct. Thank you also very much, especially those of you who don't want to be mentioned. Right. Rebel.
Yes, sir.
When you do the rebel work, you do the Lord's work, but we must point out your mistakes and your errors.
Oh, absolutely, which is what I'm hoping to do. So let me explain where I'm coming from. I'm interested in the history. It's a tragedy that we are not teaching history.
Don't canonize a rebel. That's all they are saying.
No. That's why I'm saying I'm interested in the history. And I pay my dues when it comes to the historiography. Okay? If I'm wrong, let me know. But the truth is what I hope I'm going to tell based on what I have studied. Now, let's get this right. One, all great people have great flaws. Winston Churchill, one man, stood up against Germany, rallied the whole country, rallied the rest of the world, got America into the war and defeated Hitler. Winston Churchill was an imperialist and a racist. Terrible one. Great men have great flaws. Mahatma Gandhi, who we all know, okay, great man like that, he was a bigot. All right, we lawyers, we know about Lord Denning. Denning was a terrible racist. I still have his picture in my office. So Kwame Nkrumah was the greatest African of the last millennium, bar none. Nelson Mandela was voted second. Kwame Nkrumah from Nkrofum, not many people understand how he even got up from that place to become what he became, was the greatest president we've ever found. But me, Kofi Benton, I can give you a full lecture on all the things that were wrong with Kwame Nkrumah. You saw a bit of it from Frank today. Okay, but I'll always say he was the greatest African of the last millennium.
When you were doing your Aspen Alewa Fellowship, did you read about Nkrumah from, this man, this famous Kenyan
I remember something like that.
Oh, this guy.
Ali Mazuri.
Ali Mazuri.
I interviewed
Did you read?
Ali Mazuri.
Did you read his criticism?
Remember I came to give a lecture when we were in school?
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, correct.
It was a fantastic lecture.
Correct.
It goes back here, man.
He summed it up.
Wow!
Nkrumah was a great African, but bad
Ghanaian.
Yes!
He summed it up.
So for all of you who may have read all of Nkrumah's books, there's a fellowship I'm referring to that Kofi and I have been part of, fellows of that fellowship. And we had to read Ali Mazuri's, work on Nkrumah.
The paradox.
And to tell you the bad side, we're always talking about his positive side.
That's where I'm going. And all this preamble is to say, we are not bashing Kwame Nkrumah. No. Okay? But like I say, I can give you a whole lecture about why. And it doesn't take away from him. We have to all learn so we don't make those mistakes. So right now, I have the Gen Zs in my mind. And I'm going to try and speak to them. And I've started the way I've started. The next thing I want to tell them is this. Time resolves many controversies. Time. When you are in the middle of something, you can't really appreciate it. But over time, many controversies are resolved. Now, when that is said, what you need to understand is this. Kwame Nkrumah, the greatest president we ever had, got to a point where his mind messed up. Many people, after they survive an assassination attempt, change. Donald Trump. Many people, I don't have time to go through the history, but Kwame Nkrumah went through a phase and he changed. Paul was talking about some of it that popular as he is and whatever, he feared that thing and so many things. I'm not good.
You just mentioned Donald Trump, your Christian evangelicals, they are hailing him.
Yes, and the guy clearly is not well. He's putting up pictures of presidents as apes, So the next thing I want them to understand is that after time resolving it, people also change, especially when they suffer some traumatic events or whatever it is. Now, all that said, note this is a fact of our history. A time came when Kwame Nkrumah became an insufferable despot. What I mean is, he will not let anybody breathe in this country. Ask your grandfather, they will tell you. If I lived at the time when Kwame Nkrumah wrote that constitution, he would shoot me because I will be on the street
with you, my brother.
Face.
I said even the president.
All of us will be suicide bombers.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
So listen, I'm talking to the young people here.
The veranda boys.
Listen, he was great, but he wasn't perfect. And to that extent, people like even J.B. Dankwa, he locked them up and they died in jail. So at that time, you had a situation. Because of that situation, he was overthrown. Now, there are times when something makes sense within that space. We call them epochs, times. But that's what I'm saying, time resolves many things. Now, there's a law passed to honor Ike Kutuka. Because at the time, he was the biggest hero in Ghana. He saved this country from a despot, and there was nothing else to remove him. Now, that must be understood in its context. But there's something else I also say about that. I said, look, some people do things which if they didn't do, nobody else will be able to do. Yeah. But some people also do things which, if they didn't do, even time will resolve it. Let me explain what I'm saying. Kotoka did what he did, and at the time he was a hero. Justified. But what if Kotoka didn't overthrow Kwame Nkrumah? Kwame Nkrumah would die. He had cancer, he didn't know, he would have died. My point is that let's give Kotoka his place in that space. But time has resolved the controversy of the nature of heroism that Kotoka had. Kotoka is what we call a one-shot hero. Kwame Nkrumah is a hero for all time. So over time, Kotoka's heroism has waned. Over time, Kwame Nkrumah's heroics have ascended. The cream has come to the top. We all have come to accept that. Like Gandhi, like Churchill, like all those people, great men have great flaws. After he's suffering all the things that he suffered, Kwame Nkrumah, with all his negatives, got to a point where he was insufferable. Somebody knocked him off. At the time, that person was a hero. Now, do we want to celebrate those heroes? Let me explain why that's important, because we are saying all kinds of things about it. In this country, we have had many coups. And this country has decided across aisles, political aisles, that we don't want coups. 1. 2, that we will not celebrate coups. 31st December, it was ruled in court that we will not celebrate coups. When we were writing the 1992 Constitution, we put there what we call the perpetual clause. And in that clause, we said that anybody who does a coup and overthrows this Constitution, everybody, no matter who you are, should work against that person, overthrow that person, and restore this Constitution. That's what we call the perpetual clause. What it means is, in our Constitution, in our judge-made law, and in all our discussions, we have agreed as a country that 1, we will not celebrate coups, we will not tolerate coups anymore. And therefore, it stands to reason if today we say the heroic deed that Kotoka did, we have come full circle. Time has resolved that issue. And the resolution of the issue is to the effect that we will not celebrate it. Now, question is, when you weigh it all, is Kotoka a hero? He was a hero. Based on everything I've said today, I don't think we can post him as a hero per se to our children. We explain why he was a hero in a certain time. Is Kwame Nkrumah a hero? Yes, he was a hero. Is still a hero. All right? I said I can give you a full lecture about what was wrong about Kwame Nkrumah, but he's still a hero. Now, question. Who do you name an airport after? Oliver Tambo, Murtala Mohammed, John F. Kennedy. There is a certain way when you go around the world.
That's right.
So if you ask me, it looks like that. But I think we've named too many things after Kwame Nkrumah. That's my view. I think we've named too many things after Kwame Nkrumah. That's 1. Number 2, if you want to name something like an airport, even though Kotoka has its place, should you name your national airport? I think not. Let me give you a suggestion. The whole airport is there. Name it Kotoka. Let me give you a suggestion. We have Akwaje interchange. We have Tetekwashe interchange. Name the Peduase interchange at Kotoka. That's fine. Why? The name remains. We can tell our children what he did in context. Let me tell you why I've come to this thing. Many years now, every time I say Kotoka...
Primary school in Bama Company.
Yes, they have Kotoka little things here, but I'm saying something more prominent is befitting.
The school, okay.
So the whole airport, absolutely. Name
there's the argument that what the NDC is seeking to do is important to them because Akufo-Addo has outdone them in honoring Nkrumah.
You see, that argument leads to unnecessary strife, which is why I agree with Arthur Kennedy. In fact, we said what Arthur Kennedy said during the Jubilee Flagstaff House thing. I remember I said that, look, there is, you see, Sonia was saying we should be better. We should be able to do these things. We have come to the point where we know we can't do these things. The politicians can't agree where the sun rises, every day. So let's have a simple rule. If it's not in the Constitution.
But don't you think it's plausible that they want to do something for Nkrumah that no other has done? At least to make sure that Akufo-Addo does not get the better mention.
So that's
for the man who has honored Nkrumah.
I agree with you. And in fact, they won't admit it. He said here, my gentleman, Isa has said here that Nkrumah's name is not in the running at all.
That's right.
Listen, in this Third Republic, even during Agyeman-Rawlings' time, this name change issue kept coming up. And I was going to tell you, my own issues, every time like foreigners come in, sometimes my friends, who is Kotoka? I'm always embarrassed. And I've always felt that it is too big a thing to name after Kotoka because, frankly, like I said, we have not realized it, but in the course of this Fourth Republic, we have put in our constitution that we don't want coups. We have put in laws that we won't celebrate coups. We have said in different places that no more. No. The coup that brought us the Fourth Republic, we have ruled in court that we won't celebrate it. 31st December.
Yes.
All right? The coup. Okay. That brought us the Fourth. So look, what I'm saying is that if we keep this thing in context, it is not necessarily bad to want to change the name back to Accra. The politics of it is informed by a lack of knowledge of our history. Those who are debating it are not giving fidelity to the facts. It's either it's Kotoka or it's Nkrumah. Okay. Each has his place. Kotoka was a hero of a time. Time has resolved the matter. Nkrumah is a greater hero of all time. The airport as our main gateway is too large for the kind of person Kotoka is. There are other people like that. Why not Ho? Why not Pedwase?
Okay. Thank you, Kofi Bento. And okay, someone is reminding me that I should refer to viewers and listeners because I'm referring to only viewers. Some people do more of the listening on radio. You are absolutely correct because this is how this program started. And I know we have a greater numbers of listeners are on radio rather than television.
And now online.
Yes, thank you very much. So before I come to Kodjopoku, let me go to Gasma, and he says that we want others to recognize him as a visionary, a trailblazer, and luminary. Yet back home, we celebrate his removal. Oh, okay, what a contradiction. Ask those who want to see the name maintained if they support the idea of having June 4 and 31st December recognized as a public holiday again. Well, the court has pronounced on that already. The NDC can celebrate it, but certainly not with our public funds. So that's a good question you are asking. And there's a correction. Thank you, Dr. Dan Kasati. Says that I mentioned Opoku Amponsa. It is actually Opoku Ampoma. Opoku Ampoma. Right. He did not just buy the land. He personally set up the defunct IPS as a private institution, which was confiscated by the military regime in the late 70s. Naming the university after him is therefore legitimate and the right thing to do. So there was a lot of consideration that went into that. And thank you also, Frank Anderson Jr., for bringing in my attention to that correction. Now, could you?
Yeah, Samson, thank you very much. For me, I just think that whether Kotoka is a hero or a villain, I want to say a few things for the viewers and the listeners to make a judgment. There is a saying that goes that the only difference between a hero and a villain is that the villain chooses to use that power in a way that is selfish and hurts other people. Can we put Kotoka in that context? If you want to call him a villain, did he use the power selfishly to hurt other people, or was he a liberator at the time?
A liberator.
Thank you.
He was celebrated.
He was celebrated at the time.
Including people in Nkrumah's government who had run away, like Paul said, including a finance minister, Gbedema, all of them left the country.
Thank you. Now, we today, and my brother talked about the Gen Zs, when we say our national anthem, there's a few lines in there that is very prestigious to us. And what are the lines? It says, fill our hearts with true humility, make us cherished and fearless honesty, help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore.
Great.
That is what Kotoka did. Kotoka at the time resisted oppressors' rule.
That's actually what we are putting in our constitution now, as Senor refers to.
Thank you.
Now, if there's a coup and you overthrow it, yes, you will rather be compensated.
Thank you. So, look, in this whole conversation, we just oppose it to the time of the day. The NDC, I call them NDC/CPP, right? Because really and truly, most of the people in there are trying to now use NDC to correct certain CPP wrongs. And they are trying to look at, and the act that my brother talks about, which was now a decree that became an act in 71, right? Basically, all it seek to do was to create a monument for Kotoka.
A trust.
Yes. I would say that, okay, if they are saying they are changing the name, can we still have a monument in where he died for Kotoka? for history purposes. We have the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. We have all the other mausoleums. Can we now have a monument?
Just a second. Is that the idea that there will still be a presence of Kotoka when the name is changed to Accra?
It is not even up for consideration. Like I said earlier, where a person dies should not be a basis of renaming a project. Like, I just support entirely what he said.
But I thought we heard that there will be a monument somewhere for him.
That's what I'm saying.
But not in the airport.
Only the airport.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
okay,
could you go on?
So that's fine.
Like you said.
But for me, like I said, in the juxtaposing and looking at the history, at the point he was a liberator, because most of these things were even done not within, but within the civilian government led by Buzia and Edward Akufo. That's when they did some of these things. So they appreciate at the time that, look, he has created something. Nobody, like Senor said, who lived in this constitutional dispensation would even contemplate what happened in the area of Nkrumah. So we talked about the good things of Nkrumah, but nobody hardly talks about the flaws because we don't want to talk about the flaws. But that is what will make him human. If we do the tabulation and put the good and the bad, that will make him human. But everybody wants to make it look like Nkrumah was just a good person. And every time that side wants to be mentioned, they said, look at the MPP, look at the UP tradition, look at this. And they make it look like it is the UP tradition that wants to point these things out. No, history is important. And today we are looking at renaming. Let me make this very brief. My brother Paul said something very, I think is good. He said, when you want to name something, bring the people along. My brother also, Isa said, sanity of collective unity. But I think that is relative, okay? What the NDC might think is sanity in collective unity. It's relativity. Because you might not want to now do certain things. Yes, in the Tamale instance, the name that was given. In Kumasi, the name that is given to Prempeh the First. Somebody might disagree.
In Kumasi.
I'm just saying somebody might disagree, but the fact that you disagree does not now qualify under sanity of collective unity.
You're somebody who disagree somewhere, not in...
Yes, I'm just saying somebody might disagree. I say might disagree. But when you disagree, doesn't necessarily make it that you sit and be numbling your thumb that whenever I get power, because I disagree, I'm going to change this. If we keep doing that, then we'll never have anything in perpetuity in Ghana because at every point in time, somebody disagrees.
Ata Kennedy's concern is about what we have done to the Jubilee House, for example. Jubilee Flagstaff, Jubilee Flagstaff.
And it is my brother, as a businessman, very complicated.
How kind of displays that?
And you know funny thing. And now you know the funny thing. When you are in a meeting, right? The word you use, that shows your color. If you're in a meeting, if you say Jubilee House, they know you are UP tradition. If you say Flagstaff House, it means you are NDCCP.
No, that's not true. For those about businessmen, as government has changed right now, in the early months, I will start calling Jubilee House. It will take me a while to start changing Flagstaff. If government changes back another time, I will be making a mistake of Flagstaff.
The Flagstaff House is the original name.
But my brother, that is not what we're arguing. And you see, that's not what we're arguing.
You are talking about renaming.
Whether we...
do we want to be associated with the idea of the Flagstaff House? What is it?
No, I don't even understand.
So the point...
What is it?
No, it's a military term.
Yeah.
No, but we have to understand it. It's a military term. Now, the officers who carry the flag is a military elite unit. They call them color party during the parade.
Yes.
They're an elite unit.
Yes.
They lived around the Flagstaff House.
Okay.
It was around them that the unit, or Sajefu's own guard, was created. So those long, tall buildings you see there was occupied by General Bawumia and his forces. They were like an elite part of the army.
Yes.
So this flag staff, the staff who hold the flag, that is their place. And for many years after Nkrumah died,
was
the place
before Nkrumah.
Before Nkrumah who brought it.
Yeah.
The name Flagstaff House
was there before
Nkrumah.
Yes, because
he maintained it until President Akufo-Addo.
It's a military area. It's a military area.
Okay.
So we didn't even have the funds to build the place.
No, but that whole area
we went and borrowed money. And on our Jubilee occasion, we say call it a Jubilee, house. And we can't
agree. We are changing the economy. The conversation is interesting. Samson, one thing we've lost about this political changing, one major thing is that SHS 3 years, 4 years. And we had Akufo-Addo who had pressure that Charlie go back to Kufuor and say, this thing is getting too plenty. Let's stay with the 3 years. Secondary school education of children. We do politics 4 years. Kufo says, look, I've looked at a thing. Anamwa says, Dr. Anamwa, the Kivas guy, he says, I think it should be 4 years. Everybody agrees.
DSS,
no.
SHS,
We have changed it to 3 years.
all of this.
And it's even 2.5.
You know the annoying about that thing?
Okay.
Now, let me
They don't even take their children to the same school.
Let me go. Absolutely. But you see, the irony of it, we are trying to go away from the military connotation.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
But we are happy to call somebody a place Flagstaff when we know that whole thing is a military connotation.
Yes, it's military nomenclature.
It is disingenuous.
All right.
Samson, it's disingenuous for us. Now, what do we do going forward, right? For me, what do we do going forward?
Hospital.
Bring the people along in the naming.
And we inherited.
What do we call our international airport in Accra? I think that there should be a general consensus. If the Accra people where the thing sits wants it to be called Accra Airport, let's call it Accra Airport. For me, it's much ado about nothing because it has really come at a time when Ghana is going through a lot of mirage of problems, right? At a time when the conversation should really be about paying cocoa farmers, somebody wants to spend money in changing the name of an airport. It's really neither here nor there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then there's a complaint from the CPP that we could have such a discussion without a CPP representation. It's a Ghana history, please. Let's not be acting as if it is this. It's Ghana's history. And you don't need a CPP person to tell you the history.
But we have one.
But I understand your concerns. Osei Kofi-Akwa, National Communications Director of the CPP, says that you are going to talk about Nkrumah, and you did not invite a member of the CPP. It looks like you support the crucifixion of Nkrumah.
There you go.
Okay, that's what you prefer. I'll say it as it is. Now to Paul Adomochri, we know you don't like Nkrumah, but be factual. You call someone who was elected through a proper constituted assembly a dictator, and glorify a person who took the power of the people with a gun a hero. So can we be blunt about this, guys? The guys in the CPP.
This is the thing.
Nkrumah became a dictator. You can't live with it.
And he legalized dictatorship.
In which state? In which state document is it written that supposed ministers had to run away for their lives? Some of them told us themselves. The history tells it. Now, about PDA, after 9/11 in the USA, national security policy settled on PDA, which allowed the US government to arrest and detain people who they deemed as a threat, including people who were outside the jurisdiction of the US and kept in prisons away from their homes. Thank you. You come back again and say, again, Paul talks about one-party state. That proposal, who made in Parliament, and a referendum was held on the 31st of January 1964. 99% of Ghanaians said they want a Ghana agenda, not the over-politicization.
It sounds like Saddam Hussein.
The reason they supported the one party. Sorry, I'd actually promised I'll read just one of his messages, but I'm reading all of it. Osei Kofi-Akwa. It says that the reason they supported the one party state. Same Paul Adomochri should tell us why the MPP government, which holds the view that Nkrumah was a dictator, should honor him by spending a whopping $3.5 million of the taxpayers' money branding his resting place. Then he ends by saying that I should not pretend that I have not seen his message. All right. Thank you very much.
Samson.
Okay. Now I need to quickly take a break, and then we'll return to the issue of Dr. Bawumia winning and whether he's able to pull the party together, as it were, fix the friction. And in fixing the friction, is it a fiction? Is it fiction that Afenyo-Markin has to be toppled? And the discussion has been going on.
Samson.
Senor, hold on for a minute. Akilu Fantiakwa Begro says, there is wisdom in keeping silent on negative lifestyle of great men, so that young ones only learn from the positive lifestyle of great men. That is from Socrates. Okay. King Solat. King Solat says, resetting the name of an airport back to its original name turns into discussions about Nkrumah and his bad deeds, as if those discussants are perfect. Who is saying Nkrumah is perfect? Ask what made Nkrumah what evil he became. It is because of his traitors and the bombing. K. Amofa says, what is Mr. Kwadwo Poku saying? Do you think that the AU did not consider the good and the bad before honoring Dr. Nkrumah? You simply cannot be more intelligent than anyone in Africa. The airport should be named after Nkrumah. Well, the NDC doesn't say they want to name it after Nkrumah. The board member of the airport tells us they are restoring it to Accra. Frank Forever says, instead of telling us when they are going to build factories, create industries, modernize our transport system, and building railways, you know, the things that actually develop a country, Kotoka International Airport name change is clearly what is important. What a country. All right, thank you very much for all your messages. We will take a quick break and return to continue on Bawumia and then to go to the question of the 3.8% of inflation so far. Yes, quickly, what do you want to say?
I think that it's important we state clearly what the Constitution says about defending the Constitution. And I want to just recap that part. Article 3(4). All citizens of Ghana shall have the right and duty at all times.
Right and duty.
A, to defend this Constitution and in particular to resist any person or group of persons seeking to commit any of the acts referred to in Clause 3, which talks about removing undoing the Constitution. B, to do all in their power to restore the Constitution after it has been suspended, overthrown, or abrogated, or referred to in Clause 3 of this article. 5, any person or group of persons who suppresses or resists the suspension, overthrow, or abrogation of this Constitution as referred to in Clause 3 of this article commits no offense. 2 more. 6, where a person referred to in Clause 5 of this article is punished for any act done under that clause, the punishment shall, on the restoration of this Constitution, be taken to be void from the time it was imposed, and he shall, from that time, be taken to be absolved from all liabilities arising out of that of the punishment. 7, the Supreme Court shall, on application by or on behalf of a person who has suffered any punishment or loss to which Clause 6 of this article relates, award him adequate compensation, which shall be charged on the consolidated.
Why are you reading it? It's not challenged. We know it. That's why when you said it, we confirmed it.
It's important that the public gets well educated.
Right.
All right. So we don't just say it in the air. These clauses.
So if there is a coup, it is your duty as a citizen
and
to overthrow the coup.
Right.
And it has been ruled in court at the back of this that coups must not be celebrated.
Thank you.
Samson,
thank you very much.
Topic.
Thank you very much. We have to move away. Sorry. We have to move away. Okay, but a second, before I do that, let me make this correction. There's something you would have seen that we corrected. On the slides that we were showing on our screens, you would have seen General Ankre's picture with Kotoka's name under it. We corrected that because that's certainly not Kotoka. And thank you also very much for one of our viewers, a retired Supreme Court judge, who points that to us. Immediately it popped up. Kofi Benton said, hey, this is wrong. And we all saw it.
All right,
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that this conversation is not about changing the name of the airport to Nkrumah. So the top conversation should not be centered around Nkrumah and why we should change Kotoka.
So talk to your own MPs and other NDC people who are bringing that
I
up.
have not heard that.
All right. You haven't heard?
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Oh, really?
Suggestions of that nature.
Okay.
But I know that the conversation is restoring it to the original name time of Commissioner of the
Okay. Thank you very much. And this show is brought to you by the candid sponsorship of Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. And Bethel Dental, the smile starts right here. We'll be right back.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect posture you have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Mwintaba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Life can be giving it to you woto like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing around my shoulders. This be how I walk into the future. Because Empo Day my back.
life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gum and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe, or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
Each one of us here, 87 of us, in 2017, we were 169 and it reduced to 137 plus 1. And we are now 87. Our duty is to lift up the numbers come 2028. We can only achieve that through collective spirit. And individualism can only spell our doom. So I want to say this, that let us be committed to that cause ourselves in that chamber. Let's limit the whispers on the corridors and look at the party. If the flag bearer as an individual is expected to do it all, there will be no success. We will go to our various constituencies and we must win for him. And if we win, it will depend on how we act together. So from today, let us resolve that though this is a party of peers, for the time being, you have given the 5 of us the opportunity to lead you. Have confidence and trust in our leadership. And let's work together so that together this party would be the winner. NDC is not an alternative. And we should know that here and now. I rest my case.
The call by the contestants themselves for unity is the first step towards unity. You understand? So these are the people who have been contesting against themselves for the last 6 months, making insinuations against each other, trying all they can to show that the other person wasn't good enough. So whatever division, anxiety, tension came primarily from the context. Now, when the contestants themselves now commit themselves to come together, that is the first requirement for unity. So it is a very happy situation.
Right. So Dennis Miracles Abuaji, aide to Dr. Bawumia, says that the elections are over. The campaigning period is over. We no longer have competitions. We no longer have factions. Paul, is this true?
Oh, yes, it is expected that the party people will say
Samson,
that.
Why does he keep changing his spectacles depending on...
One for reading, one for sight.
I know.
But my problem is how he knows the difference.
I wanted to prevent
No, I know how
the man is on the way you are.
No, but I know the funny how he knows, but they're both the same.
We do plenty things.
When the matter is hard, then you have to change the space.
And by the way, before that, somebody insists that I should make this correction.
Yes.
That there is a certain narrative that is not correct, and we need to correct it. And the narrative is that the correction is that the sponsoring institution for the memorial project, the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Project, was the World Bank under the Ghana Tourism Development Project in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Ghana. But it is a government that said we want to do a project, and
if the president at the time said we won't do it, how would
they don't like the fact that Akufo-Addo did it. They don't like the fact that institution has given tourism a lot of money. If you look at the visitors there, and Akufo-Addo did it because Nkrumah is one of our biggest tourist exports.
Right.
So we really have to fix it. And it shows the candor of the man. But anyway, the MPP is at an important place. But as I have looked at the history, what is happening to the MPP now almost certainly mimics what happened to the MPP in 1998, when they decided that they needed to elect a candidate 2 years before, and the candidate that was elected the last election was challenged, and then he won, and then what he did. So I'm hoping that the MPP will take from the leaf of what happened at that time. Naturally, you expect political people in the MPP to say that we are united, and that will happen. You see, typically opposition parties don't struggle for unity. I think we've not noticed that in this country. The MPP won 2016 elections at the time when everyone would have thought that they are not united. The chairman of the party is fired, the general secretary of the party is fired, everybody, there was chaos all over the place. If you listen to Evans Mensah on Top Story and Eugene Entry, who used to be MP of Subi, said that when he heard Top Story, his stomach, because you hear Evans Mensah shouting, "Oh, the invisible forces are back at the MPP head office." This is 3 months to election. And he was dying, but the MPP won the election. So opposition parties don't unite, don't worry about unity that much. It doesn't mean they shouldn't foster unity, they should. But ultimately, they will come around. Dr. Bawumia has a decision to make. And I think that it's time that after he has served the party, the length of time that he has served the party, after he's been vice president and he's been elected twice as leader of the party, it's important that he leads the agenda and he turns it into a Bawumia party. It's very, very important he does that, because how you come can also limit the way you express yourself even when you become. Because he came in picked by somebody. See, if you compare him to Akufo-Addo or Safomafo, J.H. Mensah, and all these guys, they didn't come to MPP because somebody picked them to be running mate. They came to MPP because they loved it from students' time, blah, 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 blah. So they seem to have a certain pedigree. That pedigree cannot compare to one who has been running mate for 2 terms and has been vice president and has also proven to be a great vice president. So he needs to make his own decisions at this stage. And I'm happy with the way he started by talking to candidates.
Made for 4 terms.
Yes, candidates coming to him and he talking to candidates and all of that. I think that's important. In terms of the parliamentary situation, I remember that...
Before we get to the parliamentary situation, I got a feeling that you wanted Kennedy Japan to win.
Oh, I didn't. I just was hoping that whoever the MPP elects will be the person that can actually crack the whip, which is what they...
I followed you. I follow you, and I realized you projected Ken over Bawumia.
Oh, no, I didn't, because if you watch our program, for every Bawumia interview, we had a Ken interview. That's how we did it. So on the day that Frimpong Boateng came, he didn't even speak for Ken, but he sort of tilted towards an anti-Bawumia agenda. There was Niti Wool.
No, in 2023, I followed how you projected Bawumia as well. It was completely different. You gave Ken very little space. But were you surprised at the outcome?
No, in 2023, I didn't examine Ken. But in 2026, I sat down to examine his campaign. I talked to his people, why this, why that. In 2023, I didn't examine him at all.
There are those who had said that for the NPP to even qualify him as a candidate to hold its flag, the NPP was lost. It had lost its image.
No, I think that's very wrong.
As a credible party.
I think that's very wrong. And I am hoping that in the campaign that Dr. Bawumia will launch, he will incorporate some of the things Kennedy Japan was saying. It is very, very important that he does, because some of the things Kennedy Japan was saying can actually win you an election or can lose you an election. He's going to the people and telling them that you don't have jobs because our people are not thinking. Why can't you do this water yourself? Why can't you do this yourself? Why can't you create a road? One day I went to Kennedy and I was asking him about his plans. And then he said to me that we have traffic from Accra to Cape Coast to Takrady. We do. I said, yeah, we do. He said, okay, God has blessed us. When you are driving from Accra to Cape Coast to Takoradi, look on your left. I said, what is on your left? He said, tell me, what is on your left? I said, it's a sea. He said, right there is another road. And we don't do it. I had not thought about it. And I said, I don't understand. I said,
many people have said,
you are driving straight. Next is a sea. Put a boat on it and let the boat also go. So there are some things that we have to take from these very practical people. A lot of us who have benefited.
Is it a question of lack of vision, ideas, or really it comes down to money?
It is the education we had. The education we had did not teach us to create. So few revolutionary people have come out, Kofi Bentil, Bob Hinson and others, who are now telling us that you don't have to follow the path. We went to Legon, finishing and waiting to get a job.
Do you remember what we were told will happen to the Korle Lagoon?
By Kennedy Japan?
No.
By everyone else.
By
those
the
who
NPP.
promised.
Yes.
Yeah, that they would change.
What was going to happen?
Yeah, they couldn't do it.
So it's a question of money, really.
No, it's not just a question of money. It's also a question. Here in this country, sometimes we do things in a certain way. If you want to do the Korle Lagoon, what a well thought out plan will do is first to settle and understand how to settle the people there and actually do settle them. So if you tell that all of you live around the Korle Lagoon, please, we are moving you to Mamprobi for this reason. Now here in Mamprobi, you have this and that and that. And then what we are doing at the Korle Lagoon, because it is your land, you have 10% interest. Again, Kennedy Japan told me that when he's trying to move people, we settle it. Here in this country, we don't do that. Look at the Labadi Road, Teshi, where I live. Many governments have paid them to move. Akufo-Addo is the one who came to break the buildings because he said that, they've paid, Rawlings has paid you, this has paid you, but we just pay them. We don't move them anywhere. Of course, when Akufo-Addo broke that in 2019 or 2018, the NPP lost all that area. Labadi, Teshi, Nungwa was completely lost, and it will be lost. Today, the NDC is doing Ramsar sites and breaking people's buildings. I bet you it's going to feature in the 2028 elections because here we are. We don't do the thought leadership thing. Let's think. What do we do with these people? They are 50,000. If it's going to take us 2 years to do it, what is their birth rate? They may be 70,000. So let's move them to Amman-Here, to Pram, to here. Build something that is attractive. And I saw it in South Africa. They built 2 million houses for people, move them and put them there. Build something that's attractive. But the land that they are living, you need to understand that they still have an attachment to the land. So what are you giving them in the thing that you are doing? For the Gan people, their one is located there. One is deity. Their deity is located there. They can't move the deity out. So yes, on the basis of that, to answer the question, I had examined Kennedy Japan's campaign this time, and I thought that there were certain things in that is good. So I needed to give them an expression on Good Evening Ghana, and that's what the team agreed. So that's what we did. So yes, Dr. Bawumia is still the, by and large, the likable person and the presidential caliber type of things. If you're asking me about the results, I was really hoping that Dr. Bawumia will repeat the 60%. But when I looked at the results, I was glad because I noticed that he had won places that he didn't win. And it's always important how the party see him. And I noticed that in Ashanti, which is what I was interested in, it looked like the spread was wider. The longitude didn't go up.
So only 2 places in Ashanti he didn't win, right?
And then places he didn't win the last time he won it. Correct. And this time the 2 places he didn't win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are only 2 places he didn't win.
Yes, but the Educhu one is understandable. And then there was another one. But most places he did. And then in my place, Labadi and Teshi, he increased this. So that when I saw that, I thought that, well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But yes, I mean, the results was below.
Any comment about Brian?
Now, I went to Brian as well.
All right.
I went to Impriso to sit down. Where is the hotel?
But what does it tell you that a place where Ken led?
In Volta region, for instance.
He flipped it.
Oh, yes. Brian, when you looked at Brian's campaign.
Ken is the biggest loser.
Oh, well, yes, because if you come from 37 to 23, if you look at it on the state of the data, and it will look like, in fact, if you add Brian and Ken together, the Bawumia still beats them, yes. So it's not as if Brian took from Ken, or both of them could not match Bawumia. Fair enough. But when I looked at Brian's campaign and the way he was doing it, I sat there for from 8 to about 2 p.m., watching him meet the delegates, and I looked at it. When I came back, I went to see Akufo-Addo. And I said, I'm going to see Brian. What he's doing is massive.
You remember his very first meeting with us? He was mathematical.
Oh, yes.
He was crunching figures.
Yes.
He was not dealing with all the mundane stuff. Yeah. He was crunching figures. But I know this number of people here. I know who to reach. And he worked for him.
And that's what I told when I met Akufo-Addo then. And I told them that whatever happens, and I think I said it publicly, whatever happens in this election, you cannot leave Brian out of the mobilization and the campaign of 2028. Because he seems to know what to do. And if the MPP is going to win 2028 massively, the organizational operation of Brian Acheampong must be put in place. I think that's, everybody understands that.
Right.
And the ideas of Kennedy Acheampong and the support he will give must also come.
Right.
Thankfully, we haven't seen him say, I'm leaving party, I'm angry, and we haven't seen Brian say, I'm leaving party.
Because that's suicide for any one of them, correct?
Because they are learning from Alan. You see, when you leave a party that is in government, you get some attention. Beyond that, nothing happens. So those who have left the party that was in government today, nothing. And look at Mrs. Rawlings. When you leave the party in government, look at Reform Party. When you leave the party in government, you get something in terms of attention. After that, that's it. Nothing happens. So the people who have left NPP when NPP was in government and people thought it was not a good government and you left and they were praising you for it, that's the end of the story.
That's why Bawumia shouldn't and didn't resign.
Yes.
Those people who are talking
Bawumia resigned?
No. Continue.
Okay, so now Bawumia has
fixing the friction.
Yes, fixing the friction. I think it's going to be easier because the party is in opposition. And that he must run very fast. Thankfully, he has a lot of time. The best thing that happened to the NPP was the decision to have this Congress early. And everyone has seen how the matter has settled down. What is exciting for me as a news reporter is that I'm waiting to see what happens in the NDC. I can't wait. And I'm going to look at it with excitement. Because when people talk about a political party, MPP is this, MPP, it's with every political party. And we are going to see it. The Gen Zs who are now seeing their first government and opposition, they will see
now
it.
To what you are going to that I paused you.
The parliament.
Yes, is Afenyomakin's position untenable, looking at his non-support for Bawumia and the way he marshaled his constituency for Kennedy Acheampong?
I think I have to say something for Afenyomakin in terms of the leadership and how they manage the Congress. Whereas the results indicates that Kennedy Acheampong was very popular in his constituency, and it might mean that he told his delegates or something. Throughout the process, Afenyo, you would say, was one of the most disciplined leaders of the MPP in not showing his hand one way or the other. What happened in the reason why we are saying all we are saying is the results that came out. But if the results didn't come out the way it came out, would you be able to say that Afenyo is Ken or Afenyo is Bawumia?
Well, he managed it well, but
that's the point.
But he was not.
No, he is somewhere. Everybody is going to vote,
and I respect his loyalty. He said
that already. But even with the loyalty, he didn't display it openly like other MPs who came for
very well.
And other MPs who came for Bawumia. He's the leader of the group, and he didn't show any such thing. So I think he must be commended for that.
I agree.
If you take us back to the '98 example, which I'm saying mimics what is happening. J.H. Mensah was the leader of the minority before the elections of 1998. J.H. Mensah actually, I believe, contested, or he was not supporting Kufuor, who was his brother-in-law. He didn't support Kufuor, never did. But when Kufuor won, J.H. Mensah was maintained as the minority leader to the next election. So Kufuor and J.H. Mensah are relatives through marriage. So it might be easy for loyalties to switch, or it might be easy for suspicions of loyalty to be.
Will Afenyo be removed? You know a lot better within the party than some of us do.
I have heard that there are some members of parliament in the minority who are not happy with Afenyomakin, and they believe that because they supported Bawumia, they now have to get Dr. Bawumia to sort of pull it against Afenyo, and they are using the Bawumia victory and Bawumia's hand to carry out their own personal vendetta. I am not sure that if you ask Dr. Bawumia himself, as an MPP leader, as a scholar, as an intellectual, as a politician, whether he thinks Afenyo is doing well or not, I'm not so sure that his answers will be that negative.
What would be the cost of doing such a thing, removing Afenyo?
Oh, as for the cost of removing Afenyo, if they do have some basis, I don't know whether they do. Because we've seen Asidun Ketia do it to Haruna Idrisu and Muntaka. Nothing happened. They won the election. So opposition party, it's a different kettle of fish from a governing party. I don't know the details of what all the MPs know. I'm not in parliament. But some of the MPs really complain that they don't like Afenyo's leadership. But which leader have they not complained about? They've complained about Agyeman-Rawlings Bonsu, they've complained about Tuforsen, they complained about Haruna Idrisu. So it's a decision for Dr. Bawumia to make. But how he makes that decision will indicate a lot, and the reasons that he gives for that decision.
Should he not?
Oh, if you have a basis to remove on the basis of loyalty, you should. Because loyalty is everything in politics. Tony Blair and Kufuor would tell you that it's loyalty.
I see that you are still in the celebratory mood.
Yes.
That your candidates, won and won very comfortably for you. But before you go to that discussion, can you begin from what we are hearing, and within the party, even some of the supporters saying it publicly that Afenyomakin's position is no more tenable, and others suggesting that removing him will be terrible, and it suggests intolerance that all the MPs should not support one candidate?
Samson, thank you. I did not thank the very good people who gave us the victory, and I want to take this opportunity to thank them and for their support, and also the 2 million people who did not listen to Dr. and voted MPP. We want to thank them that this time around they should basically give us a hearing and let us improve their lives. Look, let me make this point. I think we are making it about a Dr. Bawumia decision. It's not. It's a party decision. The party would have to make a decision at a point. We know that I'm happy everybody is clapping for the early election of the flag bearer. When we stood our grounds and we decided that that was the best for the party, and we were internal and we understood what was going on, we realized that if we have gone through the polling station and all the things that we are to do to get to national, the party will be split into multiple parts. Because we saw what happened in 2022, we saw what happened in 2023, and I was part of the process because I contested. So I had a front view of what can happen if we allow the internal processes that we go from polling stations, elections, all the way to national. We thought, no, let's do the flag bearer. Let's take that cherry off the table. Let's do that, and everybody can go through the election. But look, I'm happy everybody is clapping that it was a good thing. Now, after we have done the polling station, the coordinators, the constituency, the regional, and the national, we have a new NEC, right? So we'll have a new set of executives. Retention is about 85%, but there will be a new set of executives in the party. There will be a new national chairman. There will be a new national executives who will now sit at NEC. At that point, if the party feels that there is a new approach, there's a new look that the party wants, they might want to look at the parliamentary party and say, look, what changes do we make? So that is not a Bawumia decision. I honestly think that, yes, he sits as the leader of the party, will have an input. But I think it will be a NEC decision somewhere in September, October, what happens in the parliamentary caucus. And I think the parliamentary caucus is also represented at NEC, and they would also make their input into it. So I don't really want us to make it a Dr. Bawumia decision.
If Bawumia doesn't want it, will it happen?
No, I think that as a leader of the party, as the flag bearer of the party, his voice will carry sway. At NEC, you really have to lobby and get the people to your decision. So you have to carry the people along. The president and the leader or the flag bearer of the party always have to play the NEC game.
So if he takes a position and he loses it, that should also tell us whether he has the executive or he doesn't.
But what I'm saying is that internally,
that would be a sad commentary.
Internally, we know how the game is played. And I think it will be difficult for the president or the flag bearer to have a position and lose that NEC. That means you don't understand how the dots are moved. We know the game. We know how NEC operates. And if the president or the flag bearer wants something at NEC, you have to do extensive consultation before NEC so that when the vote is carried, it now becomes something that you want. Now,
where would you like him to stand on for the purposes of the reconciliation?
For the purpose of reconciliation, and that brings me to my second point.
Where would you like him to stand?
Doctor has a heart of gold. I keep telling him that I have a lot to learn from him. Everybody that knows.
You're a potential energy minister.
Everybody
if he wins
knows
the elections,
everybody
right?
knows that I'm combative. I don't know what I am, but no, I don't know what I am. I have no idea what Samson and
But you advise him on energy.
Well,
so
yes, I do. But what you advise on and what you become when the party comes, me and Kofi Akoseka, that one I know.
You see, let me think. I've just received a text from somebody in Parliament that says, Paul, I just heard you. It's settled. Another Dompre will become. I mean, I can't mention his name, but.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I just heard.
Well,
another Dompre will become. That's all he says.
Well, that's fine. Maybe somebody's being mischief somewhere, but for us, we don't know what's going on.
You see, the space is changing again, no?
Yes. Yes.
So now let me start from this. Look, everybody that knows me knows I'm combative. Doctor is 100% different from me. He has heart of gold. Look, for the things the man went through, the things that were said about him. Look, Kojo issued multiple statements, videos in his defense, especially on the tribal issues, right? And then most people have seen those videos. I don't think it will be so quick for me a day after to be hacking people like Sticker. That's my personal opinion, right? If I won this election and the things that were said about me and the things that Sticker said about me, I went to school with Sticker. I don't think I'll be opening my doors to Sticker very soon. It will take time for me to calm down. That's me, Kojo Poku. Doctor is different. We saw how he's opened his doors. Everybody has walked in. Sticker went and hugged him. And he wants all of us to learn from him.
People have seen you largely as a moderate like Dr. Bawumia, and now you are...
No, I'm not. If you know me very well, you know that I'm not. I'm learning from him, but I'm very combative. I can't easily forgive. That's why people say that I wear my emotions up my sleeves. I can't be a politician. But we are human, right? But, Samson, there are two approaches. Doctor will open the door. He stands in with a good heart. But the people walking through that door, do they have a good heart? Unity is a two-way street. And that is my problem now. People say that we should have unity. Yes, we want unity. But the people coming through that door, are their heart pure? Are they coming in just to now undermine and say, see a kind?
There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face.
Thank you. There's none. You see, so we are being careful. Unity is definitely key. We need that to win. But Paul said, in opposition, we've had the past, but this is not ordinary times. The posture, the demeanor, and the authority of Nana Akufo-Addo is different. Doctor is not the same.
So why will Afenyo be on the table, on agenda? Is it because of his leadership or his failure to put his weight behind Dr. Bawumia?
I don't think.
And like Paul disclosed from one of the MPs, I'm getting a confirmation that Anadon Pre will be the one.
See, now, let me, fortunately or unfortunately, I was talking to my brother Kofi here. It's not everything I can say on air, right? But there were some happenings that a lot of people were not comfortable with.
About his leadership?
About what transpired close to the election. There are instances that I can't speak on air, but certain things that some people were not comfortable. And you see that he felt that the day after the election, he gives a statement. You remember? So he's made this statement where he said, with Kennedy, and he felt he has to come and say that. Ask yourself, why did he have to come and make that statement? Because there were happenings close to the election, on day of election, that some people were not comfortable with. And he himself, on hindsight, that's why he came and said certain things. So if Parliament is up to something, I'm not privy to. I'm hearing this for the first time. But I think that it's not a Dr. Bawumia decision. It is a party decision. Maybe they will not leave it till the new neck.
But you have settled it that even though it's not a Dr. Bawumia decision, if Dr. Bawumia doesn't win that vote, whichever place he stands, we can say it's a Dr. Bawumia decision. Because if Dr. Bawumia decides that he wants him retained, it will be done.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
But, he can.
Not necessarily.
But at the point that
Mahama
wants to play that hand.
If Dr. Bawumia wants him moved, he'll be moved. Nothing will change it. Dr. Bawumia is the dominant leader of the party today. Okay. Whatever he wants is
it doesn't make him a dictator.
No, it's not dictatorship.
Yes. So
you were saying what? That Mahama was not in support of the changes in Parliament.
What we saw under the NDC, Haruna, is not the way it was done.
Oh, is it not the other way rather?
No. It's not the case.
Are you
sure?
What is the law?
Are you sure?
I mean, if you are close to the system, you understand.
The party advises.
The party advises.
The party advises.
Presidential candidate.
The party is the party that.
But MPP now have Bawumia as a leader because their neck is not in place. They are now going to have a neck. So he's the leader until June.
Okay. So could you briefly also about the dynamics of the win, the election itself?
Yes.
There were times that you were scared. Your camp.
Out this year.
Especially earlier on, about 2-3 months before the election. There were times that you were scared. Of course, I speak to some of you.
If there was a time we were scared, it's not earlier on. The time that we were scared, I'm giving too much now. If there were times that we panicked a bit, it was a week to the election. When we did that, when we were in Ashanti. It wasn't earlier. We were confident we were going to win. But in Ashanti, we now chanced on a list that the Ken camp has made that they are winning. About 12 constituencies. And for us, it was like, hold on. What is it that they know that we don't know?
Paul believed in that list. You go ahead. Finish your point.
Let me say, I was going to say something. This panic that you went through at the last minute, I went through it as soon as the campaign started. And that's why I went to see Ken. Because I was listening and I was hearing everything. I said, hey, are we going to lose this thing? So let me go and understand what they are doing that is making people all that. No, I saw El Bernard. I said, El Bernard, is it true? He said, I tell you, it will happen. Nah. And then people like you gave encouragement that you forget about prophecy. Let's focus on
I don't disbelieve prophecy, but when men of God, quote unquote, are doing campaign, I can tell the difference between
He didn't start with
a man of God doing campaign rather than doing a prophecy.
At the beginning, it was
okay.
quiet.
So
I don't understand how these prophets don't see the way to solve Ghana's problems. They only see black and then they say politics.
Let me finish. So the reason, we've campaigned Doctor is the only one that does this 276 constituencies. No other politician in this country. Nope. Doctor is the only one that did.
276.
To visit the constituencies. Brian started moving them in clusters. In clusters.
He did.
He moved. No, you see, we are coming to visiting the constituencies is one thing. Bringing them in clusters and meeting them is a different thing. What I'm saying is that
2-3 constituencies to one.
4-5 constituencies to one place is a different thing. But Doctor went to all constituencies. So what I'm saying is that
Kennedy didn't do all.
No, his own Doctor is the only one that did.
Then they
now
Issa says
before. That's fine. It's not the point I want to make. But when we got to Kumasi, which is the last leg, and we saw 12 constituencies in the Ashanti region, which now we chanced on, that Ken saying that he's going to win. Bantima, Inshaeso, AKT Hamon's constituency.
Inshaeso was almost split.
Yes, and those... and we now started finding out about why is he. So we started meeting the teams responsible for these constituencies and assigning reasons. For Bantima, for example, his regional coordinator, one Gantua guy, is from there. So he spent a lot of money and do a lot of things in Bantima. So we started to get, look, so now the hard conversation started. Then fine-tuning why and what we can do. That was the only time that there was a bit of look, because the assurances, the vigor, the enthusiasm from that camp was a bit too much. And we think that they can't have that much energy if it was just based on a fluke. So for me, it was that time when we now have to go on the platforms and talk to various people and find out what it is. But as it pans out, he won all those constituencies, except the Ahafwano one that he won with Elvis. But look, the spread is good. Everywhere, in the Greater Accra especially. Greater Accra.
So as you can see on our screen, let's go to the spread, the national spread. And you can see that Bawumia has done a lot better this time. He's won across the country.
And the most important place is also the Boko Enclave, right? The 6 constituencies in that area. We heard a lot about how they don't like him, they don't vote for him, blah, blah, blah. He only lost Binduri. Right? He won Garu, he won Timpani, he won Boko, Pusiga.
Okay, let me go to Kofi now.
So I think,
but a quick comment as the national party also reorganizes. Now we know the people who are throwing their hat into the national chairmanship thing, and they include Wuntumi, right?
Yes, Wuntumi.
And again, there's suggestion, if your party is listening, that your party has been known to be a party of the intellectuals, a party of decent people. You shouldn't be qualifying people like that.
Like who?
Like Wuntumi. What do you say?
Let me, okay, Paul first.
This issue about you see what your party is, and you see democracy has demerits. And democracy is about numbers. It's important for us when we find people who we think do not fit the bill and are rising, that we use the same democratic credentials to defeat them. Dr. Bawumia was able to defeat his opponents. He didn't cry that you can't have this person as that. He just went to the delegates, told them his story. So we must allow everyone, whoever they are. That's what democracy is.
No, but people who have baggage, that does not lend to credibility. That's the point.
But the general public are going to vote. And so we must convince the delegates that you can't vote for this person because of this. And then we must have a convincing argument. If we don't do that, we'll be overtaken by time. We saw Rawlings rise up and...
it was...
Let me finish this quickly. Look.
Let Wuntumi run and let him lose.
We seem to think that the delegates don't know what they want to do. And we seem to think that a lot. Look, the delegates are the smartest people you can think of. Look, it's not about money. Because if it was money, other delegates will spend Dr. Bawumia. Right?
Other candidates
have spent Dr. Bawumia.
So if you didn't give them money, do you think
I'm just, look, what I don't know if you don't give money. As I'm saying that it is not about money. The delegates will take your money and still vote otherwise. They do not just go to the whims and caprices of money. Right? I've had my uncle called me 2 days ago and had this lengthy conversation about the same conversation about Wuntumi. Chairman Wuntumi is a 3-time regional chairman. Before that, he was 2-time chairman of Bosomtwe.
Some people say people like that
Well,
were
that's fine, but in politics, you see,
that you shouldn't have.
in politics, like my brother Paul said, the yardstick is different. You see, it's people's representative, right? Woon to me has a way of mobilizing people. Chairman Woon to me has his politics. You might not agree with it. Does it work? Yes. Mwah. And the people are, yeah.
If he stands elections with a Jakun, Akumia is interested, is it?
I don't know.
If he stands elections with people like this and he wins, it tells about your party.
No. It's the message. Let's now go and look at the message. Dr. Stood did 1 hour every time in every constituency and gave his reasons why all the concern number 1 to number 8 shouldn't be listened to. Dr. Stood and gave his vision. If Woon to me craft a message, goes around and tell the delegates why he should be chairman, and Woon to me wins, let's not discount the power.
We are here today. The word of the prophets and the
science versus the science.
All the
is it a week after? The week.
Yeah.
Today is exactly a week.
And let no one take it for granted. Those things they said had a definite effect. And for me, that's where the problem is. Tomorrow, we don't know how it will play out. There was a definite effect. Okay. Today, we are looking at it here today. We are saying, oh, after all, they meant nothing. At the time, they meant something. But
when you say what they said, I just want to...
The prophecies about all the things that will happen and how Bawumia will lose and everything. And unfortunately, actually, there's a second wave of prophecies which are even worse about things that are going to happen between now and then. I'm saying all these things because, look, we need to move as a country from these noises to a more sensible space, all right? We have pollsters. You know, in the past, we had some pollsters who we can easily dismiss. But today, we have very serious pollsters. We need to move more to looking at some of those people because these things, they really raise unnecessary tensions and create unnecessary stresses. That's it. Let's leave it. Now to the substantive matters. Number one, it was an absolutely good idea for MPP to shift their strategy and bring their primaries forward. There were all kinds of theories, mostly ironically from the NDC, about how this was wrong, this was cooked for Bawumia and everything. Anti-democratic. And I'm like, well, when the foxes tell you where to keep your hands, don't listen. Because they know what is good for you. But why it's important is that, you see, again, history. We should learn. We should do what we do. MPP, and for that matter, all the political parties, for these 30 years had been practicing one particular system. And every year, it created problems. Edubuahin suffered it. And it got worse, till during Nana Akufo-Addo's time, it blew up. And they had to sack the executive. Who goes through that and decides that I'll repeat it? So I'm saying, by doing what they've done, and by the way, I've said somewhere that, look, this primary is a hill. The general election is a mountain. And Bawumia will be climbing with baggage. What you need, therefore, is heavy-duty mobilization and everybody shooting in one direction. So this was really necessary. It puts some doubts beyond, contention. Now, you see issues coming up about Afenyo and whatever it is. See, if they had waited to the end, and I'll connect it to Afenyo, you would have these things lingering for all these years till the last year before you deal with it. I told you earlier, time resolves many things. Right now, that is done and is clear. Okay, personally, I have watched Afenyo Maki. Afenyo Maki is one of the most astute politicians in this country.
He's a broker.
What? He's a smart guy. He assesses what he has to do. He pays the price. He has control over Ifotu. And he didn't get it just like that. The guy, half of him is from Volta. He works at it. He's my friend. He makes himself my friend. Okay, when I text Afenyo, he will respond.
That's right.
You understand? That guy knows what he's about. He has my full support. Not because of anything, but because I know he has a future in politics. Listen, I have said that it's a good thing they did what they did because the whole party must align behind Bawumia. And I think that will happen. Why would Afenyo be different? Number one. Number two, Afenyo should not be paying a price for loyalty. Loyalty is an admirable attribute in every place. Even where it is exercised against you, if you have good sense, you admire it. So the loyalty of Afenyo is admirable. And now look at this. If Afenyo falls in line, and I see no reason why he shouldn't fall in line, indeed, the person who we all thought may ruffle the feathers and muddy the waters a bit was Ken himself. But Ken has conceded in a very gracious, magnanimous way.
There was no other choice. There was no showdown to show.
Oh, no. We know he has a tendency. He could have done that.
There was nothing.
Oh, okay.
Now that they pour you from 37 to 23.
Okay.
There's nothing. You can't show it. If you're going to like 45, you can show down.
Okay. So see, Samson, the person Afenyo was loyal to has thrown in the tower, says we are aligning, we are going. Why would Afenyo not? And even if Ken did not, trust me, I haven't talked to Afenyo, but I believe Afenyo would have said, no, this is the right thing to do, and I would have done it. Now, if Afenyo is this effective, if Afenyo has this level of control, if Afenyo knows how to assess things and put himself there, and he's going to deploy that for the benefit of Dr. Bawumia, why would you alienate him? So I don't see the reason. Again, I don't coordinate with...
Yeah, so Bawumia listens to you as well.
If he's listening to me...
He listens to you.
If he's listening, this is what I'm going to tell him. 1, Afenyo shouldn't pay a price for loyalty. Convert Afenyo. I don't see why Afenyo will not support you. 3.
But you know that in politics, loyalty is almost everything.
It's everything, but in politics, there are other dynamics.
You must be sure of the person you are dealing with.
Now, here's the point I'm making. So I'm saying that, look, Afenyo knows where his bread is buttered. I don't see any bone in Afenyo going to support NDC. I'm building. That is 1. 2, I don't see any bone in Afenyo remaining indifferent to a Bawumia win. That's a different level altogether.
But the people who also supported Bawumia is important. And some of them would have made certain transactions.
That's
there
why
would have
I'm
been
going
some trade-offs.
Bawumia now should manage my brother and all the people who have hot hearts. Okay? Because I said, 1, going against him, 2, be indifferent.
Remember Chairman Sabonsu is there in Bawumia's camp. Remember how he got removed? He didn't get out of that seat.
Those are the dynamics I want to talk about. But now the next level is...
It was not.
Afenyo can deploy his significant powers for the Bawumia campaign. I don't see why he will not do that unless they attack him. So my advice to my brother Bawumia is that even if they want to, please stop them. Because Afenyo is good. But there's this other thing. Look, there are dynamics in parliament. All of us who have followed Ghana's politics know that there are times when Jubilee House wants one thing and certain things shift, things move, and then something else happens.
Do you like Afenyo's leadership?
Do I?
Do you like his leadership?
So, in all honesty, Afenyo's leadership is effective, but I think it's a bit too combative. However, the kind of structure we have now, okay, the nature of the structure in parliament is such that I think you need to be a bit edgy to deal with this NDC and the overwhelming, numbers in parliament and also popularity. Right now,
do you hear concerns? That by Afenyo's leadership, now people don't even want to listen to the minority, even if they have important things to say, because they are tired.
That's what I'm saying. It's a bit
that the communication. The opposition is not credible.
Not credible is a bit too far. A bit strident, okay? A bit forceful, okay? But I'm saying...
So if that will not help Bawumia's cause, why should he be supportive of keeping him?
So now that's why I started by saying that everybody must fall in line and align. And my brother here said something very, very interesting. He said he has a certain style, but Bawumia also has a certain style. You will notice if you watch politics that people tend to adopt the style of the leader.
That's right.
Look at President Mahama. I've always said the dove and they are being forced to toe the line. Look at Donald Trump. People are beginning to talk like him. So what I hope Bawumia will do, and I advise him to do, is to make everybody fall in line. If he is hugging sticker and you don't like sticker, stop. Fall in line.
Doesn't matter.
You understand? So for me, my advice is what I've given publicly. If I meet him and I speak to him, I'll tell him the same thing. Let me add the last point. Everybody knows Afenyo that given what he has done, he's put himself in jeopardy. If for any reason Bawumia is able to save him, he will feel indebted to him.
But that does that also not tell you something about some wrong in the party politics, even the internal politics, that everybody is expected to support one place?
Okay, it is not a wrong. A political party is an organism formed to execute a particular action. And like I said, it is necessary strategy that you whip everybody in line and make them support you. Otherwise, why are they there? Okay? I speak my mind and people know I'm aligned. I like Bawumia.
The Constitution requires that the party should be internally democratic.
Internally democratic does not also mean you throw away your strategy. In working your democracy, You campaign and you make people fall in line, including whipping them into line. Okay. That's the essence of having a political party.
You are in Parliament. What did the signal come to you like? The signal that even going to Bawumia's home to celebrate with him, the guys in Parliament, the MPP guys who were in white, took Afenyo by surprise.
Yeah.
He was at a press conference and discovered later that his people are not there, they are at Bawumia's home, and he had to rush there.
Yeah.
So he was unaware. He was a leader who was naked.
Yeah. So, in fact, it actually confirms what maybe an MP sent to Paul concerning a possible replacement by Anodompre. In fact, for the past 2 days, if you observe, it's Anodompre who is
closer to Bawumia.
Yes, who is taking charge in Parliament. And we saw this coming because there were these calls for replacement of the minority leader. Immediately they lost power. Some were pushing for Patrick Bawumia, others were pushing for Nkrumah, Tampuli, and the rest. I'm being honest with you. And this conversation resurfacing again is not a surprise. However, I want to agree with what Mr. Bentil said. In politics, internal democracy, you don't silence opposition to your candidate. That is why it is called democracy. You consolidate other views. So to punish somebody merely because you didn't win his constituency, I don't think it's reconciliatory enough that you want to...
In the NDC, you ostracize some people because they didn't fall in line.
We had consequences out of that. And observe something. When President Mahama won against Professor Alabi, he was a presidential candidate against President Mahama.
That's right.
He made him the campaign coordinator for the 2020.
It was not a feisty contest.
The
relationship was good. It was so good.
No, but the point is that...
And it was 9-10D.
No. I don't want to repeat some of the things that was said by Professor Alabi on the candidature of John Mahama. I don't want to say it, but it is out there. So my point is that if you're a political party that is trying to build a party based on unity, and the idea behind this top-down approach was because of to have enough time to build bridges, you don't do some of these things. And in fact, when Wuntumi visited Dr. Bawumia after the election, I saw a leader who cannot unite the MPP. That is Dr. Bawumia. I will demonstrate that. A candidate comes to greet you, and you, in the presence of media, you address the person as incoming. That suggests that after
he addressed who as incoming?
To me, he shook him and said,
everybody calls everybody incoming.
No,
incoming means what? What does incoming mean?
Please.
No, but don't try to say that. But don't say that. Don't say that.
That is exactly what
what does incoming mean?
You and I know what he wants.
What does incoming mean?
People even call Bawumia the president.
Then
yes. What does incoming mean?
So if they call Dr.
Anybody
Bawumia
who contests is called incoming.
No, it is not.
Look, everybody who contests, when I say Jacko, I call him incoming.
See, I wasn't
everybody,
two of you all spoke.
No, but don't do that.
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
I said, when Wuntumi greeted Dr. Bawumia, he called him incoming. We had the likes of John Boydu, Asabi, Wacha Jacko, and the rest, who are also vying for the national chairmanship.
He didn't call them incoming.
He didn't call them incoming.
Did you know if when they went?
We saw all of them.
Their visit was public. I was there when Wachi came. Did you know if he called him incoming?
Now let me proceed.
So tell us, did he call him incoming?
He didn't.
That's not the point.
He didn't. Let me now proceed to...
But logically, he cannot be calling everybody
incoming. It doesn't make sense.
I call everybody incoming.
Now,
I see.
Now, we as a party want to congratulate them for what they did. Now, I always say that it's like the MPP has not still learned why they lost the election in 2020. You lost the election of 2024 not because of a weak party structure. You lost the election because of bad governance. And we must put it on record. You can bring an angel. If the angel is not performing, you'll be voted out. So it is not the personality of Percy Bawumia. It is the ineptitude that we saw in the last 4 years of MPF from 2021 to 2024. That is the reason. Top-down approach. Consistency is important. You did bottom up.
But you said 2021 to 2024. By 2022, you didn't have the problems that looked like the government would collapse for bad governance, correct?
I had. We had always maintained.
Oh, please, 2017, 2018, the economy was good.
No, by
2019, the economy was good.
I just stated the reason why I started from 2021 is because Ghanaians renewed their mandate in 2020.
That's right.
So that is a declaration that there was some level of good governance to what they did. You know, every election is a verdict on your scorecard. So that is why I started from 2021.
Okay.
Now, I'm saying that 2000 election saw MPP win with bottom-up approach. 2004 saw MPP win with bottom approach. 2016 and 2020, 4 elections were won with the bottom approach election methodology. Now, this top-down approach, where do you find it anywhere? Number 2, you allow party people to evade accountability. Every polling station executive has been elected by the people. So after every 4 years, polling station executives or even all layers of the party across all levels are subjected to the same level of accountability to their people. Now, basic statistics. I had a question that MPP people had only 2 questions to answer. Do you want to elect a president or you wanted to elect a flag bearer? In my mind, I have no doubt they have just brought an old wine in a repackaged bottle. The truth of the matter is that...
but that could be said of John Mahama. But he still won.
I will demonstrate the difference. Please. I will demonstrate...
But it's a before you move on, when you suggest, is it your suggestion that if they had done the bottom-up approach, Bawumia will not win? Is that your suggestion?
My suggestion.
How do you answer that argument now has been demolished beyond doubt? Because the Kenneth Japan who thought he would win, who says this was a free and fair process,
yes,
lost.
So let me tell you why there's a difference. You realize that
he lost miserably.
No, he didn't. You see, you are personalizing candidature. When you have an establishment candidate as against opposition, in 2023, the loudest opposition in that election was Ken. This time round, there were 2 horse races who were opposing the candidature of Dr. Bawumia, which is Brian and Ken.
And yet, Ken and his team were so 100% sure that they were winning.
I am not.
And yet they didn't.
I am not a member of.
So what would the bottom-up approach have done?
I'm coming to the numbers. I'm saying that you evade accountability when you impose candidature on your party grassroots who are not party executives. Let's do numbers here. Statistics. 211,735 people of your own party. Is it representative enough to assuage the fears of Ghanaians of the bad governance you inflicted on us? This same, in fact, 203,000 people were supposed to vote in 2023. You had 61%. And that results led you to a massive defeat to 41% or 1.7 million votes.
You have explained why there was a defeat.
Please. The same group of people who thought you were better, the delegate base has been expanded from 203,000 to 211,000.
Almost 212,000.
The expectation would have been that an expanded base means an expanded percentage. That's the expectation.
An expanded candidates.
No, I'm talking about opposition to Dr. Bawumia. He was the former vice president. Now look at the data here. You have it. Now, in 2023, Dr. Bawumia had 118,210 votes from 203,000. In fact, 196,000 even voted. He had 118,210. Now, with an expanded base from 203 to 211,000, he now rather had 110,000. Even with the expanded base, he fell. It is not the percentage alone. Even in quantum, he has fallen. Now look at the effect. You have over 200,000 people voting. Combined effect will tell you that when you add all the other aspirants against the former vice president, close to 90,000 people out of the 200,000 believe Dr. Bawumia is not the right candidate.
He still won if you add all of them.
Please. And this is the first time, and the historian is here, who has done 92 election coverage and all those things, will tell you, look at this. This is the first time MPP or any even political party who has tasted power in Ghana from 92. Look at the data. If you look at John Kufuor, in 1996 when he first contested, he had 51%. He lost that election in 96. In 1998 when he went, he increased the internal primaries.
He won in 96.
No, I'm talking about national election.
Okay.
I've just mentioned if you get 51%, it means that you have won your internal party primaries. But I'm saying that in 1998, he increased from the 51% to 64%. Nana Akufo-Addo, despite not being an establishment candidate in 2007 at Legon, had 47%. He couldn't secure the mandatory 50% plus one. In 2010, on his second coming, he moved from 47% to 78%, demonstrating complete control of the party. In 2014, he moved from 78% to 94%.
Why? Must the trajectory be always be the same all the time?
The reason is that you are trying to whip people to believe in your vision. The more, the merrier.
I see.
And people argue that.
But they say now he has a better, regional spread.
Oh.
He's won except 2 regions or 3.
With a decline base. Now let me come to...
With an increased candidature.
Let me come to the candidature. In fact, let's stop this type of mathematics. I hear them always repeating that 2 million MPP people didn't vote. That's not statistically correct. We shouldn't be repeating it.
They have done their research.
We have our stationarity of data. Data are not stationary. You don't assume that number to your... Look, every set of elections, you come with its own data sets and what defines it.
That defeats your own argument a while ago.
Can you...
That defeats your own argument a while ago.
It's the same data set. It's the same data set I was using, MPP delegates. It's the same data set.
How can it be? Okay, let me go to Senor and then go for a break.
Samson,
we refresh, don't refresh the delegates. How can it be the same data?
It's okay, it's okay.
The delegates are refreshed.
Quickly, then we hear Senor and go to a break and come to the 3.8 inflation reduction.
I beg you. I'm saying that.
But I need you to know that you're speaking longer than any one of them has done so far. Yes, I check your time.
Okay.
See.
Now, no problem. I'm saying that the history suggests that maybe when you go first time and you don't win, then you are given with another opportunity. This is the only sitting president who has lost with this magnitude. When Prof. Mills came in 2000, having served as vice president for 4 years, he moved the election into a second round election. In fact, it took an alliance of other political parties to defeat the NDC. And bear in mind, at the time, the PNDC-NDC had ruled Ghana for 19 solid years. There was general fatigue and tiredness, and they believed that a vote for President Mills was an extension of the rule of President Rawlings. Despite that, President Mills still moved the election into a runoff. Look at, you've been marketed for 16 years. This is not the type of preparation you need. You've taught this country for more than 5 elections, and you came with this humiliating defeat. Finally, the issue of tribal politics, Sticker and Co. introduced tribal politics into their party. Look, you can't approbate and reprobate. You can't eat the fruits of a poisonous tree. You planted it. You came and told us in the northern region that we should vote for you because you are a Muslim. And this is the first time a Muslim is coming to lead the country. On the other hand, you came and told us that you are a member of the Bewat clan, Dagombes, Nanumbes, and Mamprusis. This is the first time a Mamprusi is coming. You need to eat it when the thing hit back at you. You were telling us that when the northern region presents a president, the next time a president comes, will move to another region. You said it with your own mouth.
Anyway, we know that in the first, when the MPP won power, the first, election that brought Akufo-Addo to power, we know that Bawumia did a yeoman's job in bringing northern votes and so on and so forth. So things can always change.
Not the change, the speech. What did he say?
Yeah. Things can always change.
Please, Akufo-Addo won the election with 49% of the party votes in 2008. He actually did win.
Okay. Yes, Senor. Quickly, and then we go to a break and return.
Yes. 90% before you win.
Yes, Paul and Sanerigo. Thank you. Thank you, Isa.
49% can win with the
Isa, thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes,
Senor. We are fine. We are fine. We are very fine. Don't worry.
So,
Party politics is an act of a plurality in choices and decisions. But commonality in purpose.
He's a poet, so you don't know about that.
Yeah. You know, so we should appreciate.
You've lost my village people.
That plurality is important. The Kumasi people can't say it as it is.
I'm lost.
I don't
You like trouble,
it's a national joke. So it's like that you gotta your way your notice it's my people are problems, so it's okay. You know, so there's a need for tolerance for that plurality. And there's also a point where commonality must now drive the entity. We need a very viable opposition. We need a strong opposition, irrespective of which one is in government. So it can actually shape right the policy frame and direction of our country. Our political institutions, i.e. not government institutions, I'm talking about the political parties, must foremostly see themselves as policy houses. And that's what be my disappointment in this election. I've not really seen a strong policy debate like we'll see in America, even when the parties are actually running.
We lost it 15 years
ago. We lost, and we might have to find a way to bring it back.
Yeah.
To be fair and to be honest, Bawumia's victory is also inspires some kind of hope of a certain reform that the MPP has always needed in quite its recent past. We're all student politicians. We saw the Daroches. We heard of them well. We saw the GH Menses. You know, these are the people who really embodied what an MPP party is supposed to be like or is like. We don't see it anymore. Let's be honest about it. Universal suffrage has a certain limitation. So I agree with you, Paul. But as a party, if you're actually promoting and educating what your philosophies and ideals are, it will even actually shape those who come into that party without those ideals. The MPP people today, and even the NDC people, when you tell the MPP people what property owning democracy, they don't know. When you ask the NDC people what social, they don't know. People know that they have certain affiliations, they have certain relations, they have certain family connection. That's what brings them into one party or the other. There's a need for a reorientation of the parties. But going forward on this particular matter, it is time for the MPP to find and rally around a commonality of purpose. There is no benefit in continuing being in opposition. You can ask the NDC people who decided not to vote in 2016 whether their lot was better. They couldn't even get people to call and talk to. It's the same problem you have today. Your people need you guys to win power. I'm not worried whether you're winning power or not, because your ability to win power as MP will be very dependent on how bad or how well the NDC will do. In this country, almost every election is a verdict on the ruling party.
Yeah.
But it would be great if for the first time we really see an opposition party not coming in by just condemning the ruling party, but coming in because it's showing superior ideas. And I like Bawumia. He's somebody who seems to acknowledge, he's a moderate, relative moderate, acknowledge and also appreciate the successes of the time. He's commanded the current government, and that is the time of temperature we actually need. Because we may be different parties, but we're still one country. How do we actually shape policy and our advocacy going forward to reflect a certain unifying feature that can actually shape and change the lives of people? So constructive opposition activity. Should Afenyo go or Afenyo not go? Afenyo has held the line for the party. Afenyo has given MPP visibility. You may not like his ways. I think that he himself knows there are a lot of places where he can improve. But it's also a first timer to this particular role. All right, so things will change. It's not the young Afenyo that he used to be. He will also grow, and I think he is growing. But if they really want to reflect that, there are different types of characters and personalities that are required. If you want to have something that replicates Bawumia's character, of course, Afenyo is not Bawumia. He hasn't got that particular personality, but his personality also has its advantages. If you want to replace Afenyo by a Bawumia character, then you're talking about a Patrick Buama. There's nobody else I see in that party.
But do you support that? Do you support that?
Is nowhere near that. I don't think his advocacy has been very competent. He's not managed certain things well. His visibility has dent, and his maturity also has dent.
he will grow.
Oh, well, I don't think so.
Well, that's
your view.
No, that's my view. That's my view.
The person they are grooming for presidency.
No, he will get there. Listen, I don't think so. I think he's growing, and I think that he will get there. He's not there yet. Somebody like Patrick Bawumia, who has had practically one of the longest.
So I have a Afenyo marking on the line.
MPP.
I have Afenyo marking on the line.
Afenyo has done a great job.
Hold on.
Let me make one last note.
Let's hear him.
I beg you, me too. I'm here. I'm sitting here. I paid my money and put my food to come and sit.
Quickly.
He's paying for the call.
Please, and I'm here. I beg. It's my time to talk. I've received a note. And for some clarity relative to their visit to Bawumia, John Daku he said Afenyo was part of the plan to be there. He was late because he had to represent the same party at a speaker's program. So it wasn't as though he did not want to be there.
It was not deliberate.
It wasn't deliberate, no.
Okay.
And it's understood within them.
It wasn't a sabotage.
No, never. But Afenyo is not that guy. You should know Afenyo. Afenyo may disagree with you. But
you are saying something that he could probably say himself. So
all right. Thank you. You are here. He's on the phone and he will go away. So thank you very much, Honorable Afenyo Markin. In fact, he'll be on the show. We have been doing our first hour exclusive with a group of people. He's one of those who will be coming after we had Same Jemfi, Mahama Yarga. Did I say Mahama Yarga? Dominic Ayine, Mahama Yarga is also supposed to be here. There are a couple of other people who will be coming for the first hour exclusive. So Afenyo, yeah.
One, I was talking about personality. If it is the opposite of
yes, sir.
It must be Afenyo. Because he's the guy who has
good morning. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah. So I think I just received a video of some discussions, and I thought I should put things in the right perspective. First of all, Saturday after the elections, I came to Accra and did what I had to do. Sunday, I got in touch with the flag bearer. We agreed on a plan to meet with him as a caucus. I called a leadership meeting Monday afternoon. All my colleagues were in my office Monday at 1 p.m. dot. Prior to that, I had met the flag bearer face to face and I had briefed him on activities. So far, as you may know, we've had a 1 year without a leader, properly, so-called. And I've been in charge in Parliament, working with the party secretariat. So the General Secretary and I discussed that I needed to brief the flag bearer, which I did. It was a one-on-one, hearty, chat. And he was expecting us on the Tuesday morning. I convened a meeting Tuesday morning, and our colleagues were present. And we agreed that from there, we're going straight to the flag bearer's residence. Now, I had two other things to do. In between, the chief whip and my good self had to attend a business committee meeting. And then I also needed the permission of the leader of the house, that's Ayarga, to extend the sitting time, because we needed to have enough time, then we can start sitting, so that he could inform the speaker of the minority's temporary absence. At the same time, we had a leadership media encounter that had already been programmed. So the understanding was that my colleagues were going in a bus and that they should take the lead, because I am assigned an outrider and I have an official outrider. I could make it faster. So anybody who even watched the press engagement, you realize that Ayarga has started. Normally, we all spend the whole time, interacting with the media. So when I got in, Ayarga said, look, leader has to go somewhere and that he wants to give him the chance. And I put forth our case and our issues, and even jokingly said, I hope in my absence, he wouldn't be doing some uppercuts, and indicated that, look, we needed to meet our flag bearer. I would want to beg of those who are having discussions on these matters. Look, we've elected a flag bearer. The party has a leader. It appears that people are taking the shine out of the beautiful election we had, and nobody is even talking about the Bawumia victory, and people are suddenly moving away from the unity that we are calling for, that will take us to 2028. So
we have played your speech at Bawumia's place like twice, where you are calling for all to work together. We have played your speech about twice.
Correct.
Right. So
we need to. We don't have a choice.
All right.
As a party. We have no choice.
I have a lot of questions for you, but when we meet next week. But do you feel under siege?
I mean,
do you feel under siege?
I'm doing my my annual medicals. Let me.
Do you feel under
my
siege?
health together. I mean, the right time will come. So.
But just one question. Do you feel
right perspective?
But just one question. Do you feel under siege?
No. It's politics. I mean, as for politics, you should expect anything and everything. It's part of it. You don't come into politics to expect things to be all rosy. Not at all.
You have 100%. You have 100% support for Bawumia.
You don't need to ask this. There is a party leader, and my job is to rally the party in Parliament to help achieve that one goal: win elections. That's it.
You're accused of
whether or not.
You are accused of rallying. You are accused of rallying. Is it over 90% of your constituents to vote for Ken?
Is that where you want to go?
How do you undo that?
To me.
How do you undo that?
Samson, stop it. With respect. Don't let us go there. With respect. I have a lot of respect for you. Don't let us talk about the victory of the flag bearer. The unity of the party. Don't let us get into I should answer questions. Somebody says.
Like I said, I get to sit down with you. I get to sit down with you next week. So thank you very much.
I mean, let's focus on the party.
All right.
There is a leader. We've had a successful primaries. That should be our focus.
Right.
We should begin to project the leader.
Right.
And what he stands for, his vision for the party. How we should bring everybody on board, all aspirants, all individuals, various constituency executives. Let me tell you about my intervention, just by way of signing off. Before I left Accra, through the regional chairman, Central Region, I called a meeting of all the constituency chairpersons in the region and said, look, we have a leader, all of you, in your various constituencies, ensure you commit to the vision of the flag bearer. And that is what every constituency must do. Every region must commit to the vision of the man. We move together, continue the next internal processes, prepare ourselves for the task ahead. That is what matters.
Okay, thank you very much. Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Marking is the minority leader of Parliament. He used to be the majority leader, now the minority leader. So this is where we will take a quick break. But too many of you were putting your hands up when Senor began to suggest that Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah may not be qualified for something.
Qualified.
You're saying he was growing.
I'm saying it's still growing. I don't think
but the party doesn't see him like that.
I disagree. No, even so party dynamics is one thing. Sometimes there's a queue, but Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah is fit to be president today.
That's what we understand. He's being groomed to be in the party.
No, being groomed is one thing, but any suggestion that Kojo is now preparing himself, that young man is super smart. See how quickly he has raised himself to that level. So the suggestion that
at what level?
What level? Kojo will lack nothing.
Why would you put that?
Kojo will lack nothing if he was put in the seat of the minority leader today, right now, today.
Okay, so this is where we take a break. This is where we take a break. We'll be right back.
I think it's progressing.
experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, we are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom Sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966 085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN. Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system. Backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Life can be giving it to you woto like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing around my shoulders. This be how I walk into the future. Because Empo Day my back.
Life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Dear Gold Board Jewelry customers and value supporters, on behalf of the board, management, and the entire team at Gold Board Jewelry Limited, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable support and contributions. It is because of you that we continue to stand strong and grow. As we enter this beautiful month of love in February, we're excited to reciprocate your loyalty by offering amazing discounts across our entire range of products. We want to celebrate you and give you the perfect opportunity to celebrate your loved ones. Visit any of our showrooms at your convenience. Choose any item, including our popular gold tablets, and enjoy this special discount. Yes, the offer applies to everything in our collection. Once again, thank you for your continued trust and support. Together, we are building something truly special for Mother Ghana and the African continent. transforming our precious gold into world-class jewelry that proudly showcases Ghanaian craftsmanship and heritage. We look forward to serving you even better.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gums and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. Using a periodontal probe, or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth.
Healthy smile.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And my guest you have been listening to in the last 3 hours, Kofi Bento, lawyer, senior vice president, Imani Africa. Senyor Hosi is convener, One Ghana Movement, and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. People say they have gone a bit too quiet because we need to continue the Galamsey fight to get our waters clean. Kwadwo Poku is executive director, Institute of Energy Policy and Research, and member MPP Communications team. Ataisa is MP Sannergu, member Ghana Airport Company Limited Board and Finance and Trade Committees of Parliament. He's a young man that was sort of a bit of a surprise, and he uprooted a very formidable guy in the Sannergu place. So these days, you don't hear too many proverbs. Paul Adumochiri is host of Good Evening Ghana, and he's a news reporter. He's the author of this book. I put it on the floor. Paul, can you leave the book?
Oh, yeah, please.
He's the author of this book, Africa's New Constitutional Leadership, 77 Stories That Defined Ghana's Fourth Republic by Paul Adumochiri. So people have been applauding his sense of history because you can't do otherwise about it. The show is brought to you by the candid sponsorship of Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN. Everywhere you go, Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks, its strongest stuff. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Core Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination in Ghana. Waylead, your trusted home builder. And Bethel Dental, the smile starts right here. Where? At Bethel Dental. So, Senor, we were here about a month ago and we started to celebrate that inflation had moved from 24 thereabout in 2024 to 4%, and we're ecstatic about it. Now we're being told that it's gone to 3.4%, and President Mahama is also touting it abroad in Kenya and elsewhere. Question people are asking, and so what? My kinky price has not changed. My whatever has not changed. Of course, people are celebrating the price of fuel that has changed, but the Christians, 70% Christians in this nation, who are in the market are not reducing the prices of their goods. The hypocrisy. So what is it? Some actually suggest that these figures are cooked.
All right, so let's get some facts, right? So we just understand what the entire conversation looks like. When we say inflation, we're actually talking about the shifts or changes in the general prices of goods. So there's a whole formula for it. There's something called the price index that uses a particular base. You take the goods in a given basket. So somewhat, the statisticians will have to create a basket of the kind of things we do or we spend money on, whether it's rent, it is food, non-food, your electronics, and then they give weight to every one of them, depending on how dominant they are in the lifestyle of a given economy. So it's not one size fits all across the world. Every country has its own kind of basket. On the basis of that, they price them. And they price them with real data on the ground. In Ghana, I think that our statistical service does that with about 307 items. In that particular basket, they deal with 57 markets and they take data from 8,337 outlets. It is done by real people on the ground. I don't think that's politics. Our statistical service from the very last statistician, government statistician, have brought the entire statistical service activity, its reports, its work, a lot more to the fore for us as a people to consume it. And I really commend what Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan Idrisu and his team are doing. He's a proper policy man. He used to head real sector. He's headed different portfolio in the Ministry of Finance during the MPP time. He's not a politician. He's a pure professional. And he's brought a lot more innovation in the entire reportage. That gives all of us a lot more visibility than we used to. Now we have seen a disaggregation between goods and services. We are seeing annual average inflation information. We're also getting contribution to inflation based on the kinds of produce that are in that basket and the shifts that happen within a period. There's a lot of work being done, a lot more communication coming. There's a lot more data that you can audit independently if you want to. So it's not like somebody is really creating data. I think the statistical service has been growing, especially from the last guy to the current guy. I think it's been fantastic work. Okay. Inflation coming down does not mean that prices are not going up. What inflation is saying is that prices are relatively growing by a certain level. So when it was at 50-something%, it means that general prices were growing at about 50%, comparing a particular period to the same period in the previous year. So today's inflation is not being compared to December. It's being compared to January last year. If we are talking about January's inflation, you are looking year on year. There's also month-on-month inflation, but what you standardly will be looking at your year on year. There's also another terminology called disinflation, where the rate of increase of the prices of goods is not going up like it used to be. So for example, if you had inflation at 24%, now we have it at 3.8% or 3.8%. This is disinflation. Now, deflation is when the prices of goods reduce. It means the reverse happens. So when inflation is negative, you can call that deflation. But when it is still positive, whether it's 0.1 or not, it means that prices are still going up, but not going up at the pace as they used to be.
So the agenda is that we get to negative from 3.8.
I mean, so I don't think it's necessarily a agenda, because there are also economic implications either way. Deflation can actually crash an economy. So you have to be careful. The employees are still expecting price increases. If you have deflation, if we say we're also reducing your salary, will you agree? You will not agree. You want to see your salary going young, but we have to do young in a certain pace that helps the whole economy grow together. So we just need to get it right. I had some information, some of the debates going back and forth. I think, again, this is the problem with our politics. Our parties are not policy houses, and we must reorient and reshape that. This conversation and then the methodologies that the statistical service use is public. It's well known. There's a whole manual on how inflation, the data is captured. The people are people who cut across the political divide. Our academics are there. But you see, how much funding are you giving them? That's a different conversation we deal with. You and I even do a bit. Sometimes our CSOs do a lot more work than some of our academics sometimes do. But you need to support them. But you see, Parliament is a policy hub of policy houses. So as a policy hub of policy houses, that conversation should be more constructive. Don't just come and stand on air and be saying, I heard one of the MPs say, they say inflation is there, but prices are not reducing on the market. For starters, when you say that, it means you don't even understand what inflation is about. When you also
is the reason I deliberately put the question the way I did.
Yes.
That is misleading.
Very misleading.
Inflation, the way we are recording it should mean that prices should go down. You say that is not what it should be.
No, what?
So what's the purpose? What's it?
No. We have to finish with the
now inflation will go chop.
No. Inflation, you chop inflation. Yes. So you understand you chop inflation. I have to explain it right now. If prices of a good was say 100 cedis last year, and today it's 150. All right. Let me just use some basic terminology. We don't calculate it just like that because there's a CPI. But for normal, just to make it easy, you have a 50% increase, right? 1 year, 50%. So next year, by this time, what will you think the price will be? Another 50% increase. But next year, when it gets to next year, it actually goes by just 5. It comes to 155.
Right.
It means that prices are not growing as fast.
Right.
Meaning you can actually plan relatively that if I'm planning my expenditure today, I can do it within a certain parameter.
Right. So let me tell you this.
This is why we've achieved this.
Yes. Because I need to move on, and your professor is commending you. Says Senor has done justice to the concept and measurement of inflation, confirming his MA degree in economic policy management.
Let me do a better job.
And I know this professor because he has tried to encourage me to come and take, the MA in economic policy management so I can improve my appreciation of the economy.
We commend the statisticians we have.
Right.
Idris Yonko are doing a great job.
Okay.
Innovation and consumerism they are bringing.
Let me go to Issa. From Issa, I'll come to you, Kofi. Yeah.
So I think the way Senor began settled the matter for me. In fact, that's what I've actually been waiting for, to put that education and clarification to bear.
Right.
Because oftentimes when people hear inflation rate falling, the idea is that when they go to market, they should see a drop in prices by 3.8%. But it's important, like he said, it's just a weighted average of all the goods that has been selected in the basket over a period of time, isn't it? So if inflation rate is 3.8%, it does not mean that every good in the market will be 3.8% down. That is negative or reverse inflation, and that's deflation, like you said. If we see the general level declining downwards, that is deflation. Now, let me say something.
And the 3.8 is the average.
Average. So even in a basket, because it's a weighted average, you can have 307 products. 50 of them can be falling actually, but some will increase. But when you cumulatively put a weight to them, then it nets off to 3.8.
Is that your background too?
Yes, I'm just completing PhD finance this August going.
All right. So, congratulations.
Thank you. So now, look, inflation, growth, external performances, our debt trajectory are all outcomes of policies. And let me quote from the IMF Fifth Review, which is very important, because if you question the rate of inflation here, even IMF acknowledges that Ghana was supposed to perform based on the 2025 budget. We're supposed to be between 6 to 10% inflation band, but we did better. And the IMF acknowledged it at the Fifth Review. Look at what they said. The IMF recent Fifth Review acknowledges Ghana's strong performance under the Extended Credit Facility Program, noting gains in inflation, reserves, external balance, and debt trajectory, but attributes these not only to the external condition, but also to the Ghanaian authority reforms after policy slippages in 2024. So in 2024, there were a lot of policy slippages as we witnessed in 2024. However, based on government policies, we'll be able to put in corrective measures that resulted to this. Now, people ask, if now inflation goes up, if you see inflation going down, why are we not getting price reduction in the market? You cannot also say on authority that there's nothing or no product in Ghana has fallen.
Their price, I can
list also. In fact, trade committee,
tomatoes,
rice.
Tomatoes depends where you buy tomatoes.
Now, again, you do that data. This is the problem.
No,
you take that. Don't say stop that. You should educate people.
Educate
because this is what's
right here.
That is not right.
Please.
You don't use that. You take the data from the statistical service.
It's not reflective.
Reflective where? So don't be dishonest about data.
Now look at.
Have you collected data?
No, guys, Isa is unable to continue when you are. So let's hear him quickly.
So the point is that even when inflation is declining, absolute prices may not absolutely decrease, and there are various reasons we can attribute to that. First of all, you remember between 2022 to 2024, inflation peaked at 54% at a certain point. That rate increased most products to its current base as we speak, a higher base. So all this inflation is now calculated on that higher base. So a mere price stability does not erase all the earlier increases that happened between 2022 and 2024. Number two, businesses still have inventory that they still have old stocks.
They are not done.
And they are not done. So you cannot, because economy is doing well.
I understand month-on-month inflation is 0.2%.
Exactly. So because of that, all those retailers often also, until they sell old goods finish, they won't reflect the market share. Now, this is supported by data. Let me give you this one, this economic theory, the theory of sticky prices.
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute. This theory posted that prices for many goods and services are slow to adjust to changing economic conditions. And it comes here to say, lingering effects of supply chains issues can still maintain high cost of raw material, even the general inflation rate has cooled off. Then finally, if you come to price stickiness downwards, prices tend to be sticky downwards, meaning they can rise quickly due to inflation, but are slow to fall when input cost decreases. Ghanaians by nature, when inflation is high, we are sometimes quick to increase. But when we see inflation rate dropping, people do not generally reflect in
That's
the
the hypocrisy that we must all stop. And I have to take this quick break. I'll be right back. Very quick.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Hi there, my name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution. Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneur leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application form and join us today. At Heritage, you are never alone, as members of the community will stand and work with you every step of the way. Welcome to Heritage Christian University.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What? JJ.
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Life can be giving it to you woto like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted, say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pensions trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters.
Nothing around my shoulders. Must be how they walk into the future. Because Empo Day my back.
Life isn't just about what could go wrong. It's about everything that can go right. At Empo Life Insurance Ghana, we stand with you through every season, giving you the boldness and the power to dream bigger and become who you want to be. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's the most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And Kofi, this inflation matter.
Inflation matter.
Why should we bother?
We should bother because you eat inflation every day, and inflation is the thief of your poor.
Yes.
If you earn 100 cedis and inflation is 20%, your 100 cedis is worth 80 cedis. When you go to the market, it will affect you. But the problem with understanding inflation, and the two academics here have done the job for academics, but I want to explain it in different terms. Inflation as in inflate. Think about a balloon. Mm-hmm. When you pump or you blow a balloon, it inflates. So as long as the thing is called inflation, it's about something getting bigger, the price is going higher. As long as the number is positive and not negative, it means the prices are going higher. But when you inflate a balloon with your mouth, there is a rate at which it grows. When you inflate the balloon with a machine, it grows faster. So when you have mouth inflation, the inflation is growing bigger. The prices are going higher, but at a slower rate. When you inflate with a machine, the prices are going higher very fast. Next thing you need to understand with inflation, because it's a basket, some things are actually going up, some are coming down. What they tell you is the average. The average is never the truth. Let me give you an example. Today, your electricity bills are up, but fuel prices are down.
Correct.
So you get an average. The average is never the
prices are down.
Okay, so that's the nature of inflation. Now, it is the government system. Please, the government system has to do these things. Do these things in order to be able to get a handle on what is going on in the economy. The problem is whether they are doing it right and whether we can rely on it. And if our politicians on both sides can agree that, okay, if the Ghana Statistical Service tells us that inflation is 1%, We all know how they got it. Because of that, we'll believe it and work with it. And nobody should even trust them per se. We have academic institutions. I urge them, when they do those things, they should check if they are doing it right, so that we can all rely on it and then organize our lives. There was a time in the life of Imani when we realized that the basket of goods didn't contain something, pure water. Yeah. And pure water is extremely important.
Okay.
So we had those discussions.
Could you can say something in the next 30
seconds.
seconds? Our time is up. Yes, could you?
Our time is up.
Yes, our time is up.
How? Okay,
Yeah.
so quickly, let me say
politics.
this. We should take the politics out of inflation.
Thank you. That's
what people are not happy with is the NDC is trying to make inflation sound like a standard of living barometer. Inflation is not a standard of living barometer. How people are in need of things to improve, right? It's not inflation that does that.
It's a cost of living.
Because no.
It
Cost of living. I have only 30 minutes.
Oh, he has only 30 minutes.
Inflation dropping means that price of
purchasing power is defined by
the NDC is using inflation disingenuously. That is where the problem is.
How?
Because they are trying to make it look like we're sitting a year because inflation is down. Which is not
I'm just read from IMF.
No, it's not true.
Please don't heckle him.
It's not true, because at the end of the day, when you now look at your inflation basket, it doesn't include rent, doesn't include insurance. Hold on. It doesn't include medical bills. It includes school fees. Okay, so are you telling me that, okay, fine, so you walked into it. If it includes all these things, it is 3.8.
Yes.
Why not? That is what I explained. How realistic is that? You walked into it. So how realistic is that? Office rent. School fees have gone up.
Honorable is laughing.
One airport square rent should be around 80%.
All right. I'm sorry.
CTFM are reporting that Baba Jamal is distributing. They have a video. He's distributing 32-inch TV as voting is going on.
Thank you, guys. And thank you very much. Tomorrow Sunday, join me on my favorite show, The Law, at 2 p.m. I'm hosting these three lawyers that you see on your shot, and we are going to be talking about the reduction in the sentence of Agrada. I will not talk about it the way I spoke about it on my show, because that is just legal education. So join us. My guests have been Kofi Bento, lawyer and senior vice president, Imani Africa, senior Hosi convener, One Ghana Movement and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. Kojo Poku is executive director, Institute for Energy Policy and Research, and member MPP communication team. Atta Issa is MP Sanergo and member Ghana Airport Company Limited Board, Finance and Trade Committees of Parliament. And Paula Dumochiri is host of Good Evening Ghana and news reporter. I'm Samson Ladia Yanini. Have a good afternoon. Thanks for your company.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them. Are you weary of land disputes and never-ending legal battles? It's time to claim a legacy that truly belongs to you. Welcome to Rehoboth Havens, where we simplify the journey to home ownership for Ghanaians, whether you are at home or abroad. Located in the Tranke Hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, our community offers stunning vistas of the Pediasi Ebri Mountains. Experience peace of mind in our secure, gated community, thoughtfully designed for your comfort amidst beautifully landscaped surroundings and premium recreational spaces. At Rehoboth Social Housing, We are here to turn your dreams into reality. With just 30% deposit, move into one of our ready-to-occupy homes today. We will extend your remaining balance over 5 years, providing the flexibility and assurance your family deserves. Choose from our modern 2-bedroom homes, the luxurious 3-bedroom sunbay, or our spacious 4-bedroom detached residences. Starting at just 675,000 Ghana cedis, your dream of home ownership is finally within reach. Don't wait any longer. Call us today at +233 55 375 1933 or +44 7917 376631. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough. Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
At Anointed Executive Apartments today.
All bets on sports. High odds. Fast payout. Bookmaker company.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Hello, Ghana. Are you ready for the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026? The time is now. Nominations are officially open. Yes, who is that community hero in your corner? Who is that selfless individual bringing hope, dignity, and smiles to your community? Do you believe he or she deserves a national or even global recognition? Then don't wait. Send us a link or short videos and pictures showcasing the works of your impact maker, together with a one-page write-up detailing how this ordinary person is making life better for you and your community. Email your nomination to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Remember, it's strictly one nomination, one entry per person, so make sure the nominee is your best. Nomination closes on 28th of February 2026. This is your chance to put the spotlight on a community champion making real impact. Don't miss it. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts.